Mr. Fundamental People.
Yes. It's time, guys. It's time for a new stream. Looking forward to have you here. Welcome to the stream for today's session. We're trading New York. Okay. We have been trading London as well. We have been trading EURUSD pretty much all day. We're still in a EURUSD trade here. I am not sure what's going to happen right now. We have created a nice particular higher high. We have been tapping into that zone and we are coming up. But at the same time, the dollar is ranging. Okay, we can really go into both directions here. We have liquidity underneath, liquidity above. We need to see what's going to happen here. But we're going to crush it today. Regardless, we're going to find some, you know, fantastic, beautiful, creme de la creme, Lorenzo setups. All right. Hope you guys are ready, because it's going to be absolutely a fantastic stream. Okay. Hope you guys are doing well. We are, yeah, look at a couple of charts. What we're going to do right now, we're going to focus on at least a couple trades today again. As always, you know, cruising around the market, trying to get in on, you know, some fantastic trade opportunities along the way. And hopefully we can do this together. So, before we start, I would like to know who I am dealing with today. Who's in the building here? Let's have a little sneak peek right now. What do we have? What do we have today? Let's have a look here. There we go. There we go. Yes, we have Jamie, my man, Braden, a creme de la creme, Gabi, Christopher Wallace, Blurred Jai, Josharia, Mick, Brockman, John, Crixus, Gold Rush from Texas. Good morning, my friend. Good morning. XRG Gaming, Terry Love. Yes, Trade Rules. Axel van Ophalvend. Sounds Dutch. Victoria, Thomas, Bismarck, Abdel, Gigi, Andrea. There we go. Fantastic. Leslie, have a good day. Thank you, my friend. You too. Light has. Tag Games has been here all morning. Arab 420. Yes. Muggsy. Forex Wolf Trading. Amazing, man. Amazing. We have a small, like 300 people right now. Let's look at the market real quick. Let's see what we can do today. I think we are going to completely crush it. Most of the time we're crushing it regardless. So let's do that today as well here. Okay. So our EU position is quite good. We actually got, we went into position earlier today in the V2. We have a V2. It's a private live stream during the London session. More information is in Discord. But you can find that we took already this trade earlier, a little bit lower on the 1 minute here. That was this one right there. We pretty much tapped into this zone, came back down, but eventually got trilled or stopped out on my trailing stop loss. So I had it already in profit, and I was looking for the re-entry. So the re-entry right now is right there. So far, it's looking very, very clean, very, very nice. But at the same time, we're not going to just trade the EURUSD here. We're going to look at a couple other ones, all right? So what I was looking for is gold. I'm looking at gold as well. And the reason why is because we have created that change here. Okay, we came down pretty hard and then we reversed up, created a new high, and now we're coming back down towards that particular area here. Coming back to this 1 hour area of the month. So I'm getting maybe interested in longing gold here, potentially. Okay. It totally depends on the market. It totally depends on what the dollar is doing. But if we tap into that zone and, we tap into that range in the 1 hour, I want to see what gold can potentially do for us. Maybe we can find a long opportunity here. Or maybe not on the 1 hour, but on the lower time frame. Once we have been tapping into that zone underneath. So I think we have a little bit more room to go. And there is a little bit more downside potential for now. But at the same time, let's see how far we can actually take it. Right now, we're seeing that the dollar was taking out these equal lows here. We had some liquidity built up here underneath. These stop losses are now getting taken out. This is the reason why our euro position is actually going up right now. We actually had a re-entry possibility here. We didn't take it for the reason that I'm not really sure if we would hold here, or at least less sure about it. So I didn't decide to go for re-entry. But I'm going to exit roundabout right here, guys. I'm going to exit at 106.690. Due to the fact that we have that strong, particularly, you know, area of supply here underneath, I think this is an important zone to take in consideration there. So we're going to find out, we will find out soon. Overall, I could almost put my stop loss a little bit higher. Potentially put it right there. You know, in profit here. Actually, we bounced from this particular zone. I'm looking at it, somewhat above that range. Could be interesting here. Actually, I gotta take some profits already right now. I think that's the best plan to do it. Take some profits right now. Dollar took out the lows here, so yeah, I think that's a good idea. Let's do it. Boom, done. Okay, we closed 50% of our position. We earned ourselves a beautiful $800. And now we're going to see if we can actually come back up a little bit more. If I can put my stop loss a little bit higher. So it's going to be a trailing stop underneath this last low. And we keep it like that. Okay, fantastic. Euro is done for now. Let's have a look at some other charts as well. Let's see what we can do here. Erica, great to see you. The Roshnik morning from LA. Amazing. Amazing. Brian, is anyone else here in this EU trade? I think I do not expect so. Because this was all from the V2. The people in the V2, yes. In our private live stream during the London session here. But I think that we just went live already when this came out here. So yes, gold is on our radar, guys, for today's session. Let's have a look at what GJ is doing. GJ is also making some significant moves today due to the fact that we had news for the British pound coming out. We have the PMI, and the PMI was bullish for the British pound here. So we can expect a stronger British pound today. But now it comes. Now we see something very, very important, okay? And that is the core CPI for the Canadian dollar. The core CPI for the Canadian dollar is on our radar. We have the US dollar Canadian dollar right here. I'm going to have a very, very close look on this particular chart. We're building a lot of liquidity on both ends right now. We're waiting for the news to come out so we can either break out to the upside or down. If we break up, okay, then I'm potentially interested in shorting USD CAD from there, coming down. But if it's bullish or bearish for the USD CAD, potentially, yeah, we're going to go up and we're going to not potentially short it. Of course, that doesn't make that much sense here due to the fact that, you know, the USD CAD can easily come up if the Canadian dollar is extremely weak. Okay, it depends on the dollar. It depends on the US dollar Canadian dollar, but both we will experience very soon. We have in 10 minutes the news here for the core CPI, the year over year, and the month over month. Okay, the year over year expectation 5.5%. Let's see what we can expect here. Okay, very similar what we saw at the with the dollar. So the higher the inflation, the better it is for the currency itself. Okay, for in this specific trend here. Okay, if it's higher than 5.5%, the better or stronger it is for the Canadian dollar. So I would love to see it actually being, of course, weaker. Sorry, that. I would love to see it weaker than that. Absolutely. So, what else do we have? We have, yeah, gold, USD CAD. Gold is definitely on the radar. There we go. So, yeah, GJ. GJ is actually killing it. Okay, what I want to see for GJ, I actually want to look for continuation. I'm just curious to the yen right now. What potentially the yen is, what the yen is going to do. Or actually the Japanese yen right here, the basket itself. Okay, I want to know exactly how strong or how weak at the same time the Japanese yen is. So we can make a more accurate decision in regards to trading any particular pair that consists of the Japanese yen here. Okay, but this is number one. We have another zone underneath right here. Couple zones where we're looking for. I think this is absolutely important to take consideration. Also, let me know, guys, what you want to see today. What do you want to trade with us? Okay, I think this is the right moment to ask some questions right now. We can analyze a couple charts, and then we can start trading, you know, straight away. Okay, so throw some charts to me right now. We can go over it. At the same time, if you like what we do, then please smash that like button. It helps the channel grow. We're trying our best to at least stream 3 times a week at around 4 hours a stream. I think the 4-hour mark is the average, is the ideal. Gives us enough time to look for some beautiful setups. If you can support us by smashing that like button, I highly appreciate that. Okay, I see a couple guys already asking. GA is not one of them. US 30. Euro GBP. Is the Euro GBP tradable is a question. Let's have a look at it. Australian dollar, Canadian dollar. Diago says, hi Lorenzo, again, great London session. Thank you, my friend. GBP, Australian dollar. Yeah, okay, a lot of questions about GA. Let's start with that one right now. And let's see what we can find there. So what do we have? What do we have? Okay, wow, that's why. I see. So, okay, GA made a massive move to the upside. In the last, 2 days, we saw this this reaction. Okay, fantastic. We came into that zone. It was actually today where we really went hard here. Okay. Not particularly interested in trading it right now. I think you're too late if you want to enter somewhere. You do not want to enter, in the middle here. You just want to wait for a position. You want to either wait for it to come up towards the zone, which is a strong high right here. Okay, it's gonna take. It's gonna be very hard for the British pound Australian dollar to break this high. At the same time, yeah, we know you don't want to like long right now either. You want to maybe want to wait for it to come back down towards this zone, so we can start looking for a continuation. But for now, I would say there is not really a trade opportunity that is interesting here, especially not in this stream. Let's go over a couple other ones. I think the British pound is very overextended. Yeah, could definitely be the case here. GU, yeah, we can look at GU as well. What about the Australian dollar, US dollar? Yeah, this is all related to the dollar. We're gonna get there regardless. The dollar took out the lows right now, and it's trying to push up again. It has been ranging pretty much, all day. Okay, it has been ranging all day. We came back up in the morning. We reversed down. We started to accumulate. Then during the London Open, we came up, we reversed down, and now we're consolidating again here. So the question is, what is your goal? What is the target of the dollar here? I think that the dollar, as of what we're seeing right now, we can actually see a little bit of a retracement to the downside. If we break this high right now on the lower time frame, if we break it, then I'm gonna close my EU position. Because then I think that we can turn around to, we can potentially break the high, come back down, look for the continuation up. After we have taken out the equal lows already, an easy target from there. That would mean that if we come up and break that high, we're going to bounce from this zone. We're going to go up. That means that the Australian dollar, US dollar, GU, EU, and so on will come down. Okay? So it all depends on what the dollar is doing. So far, we are still underneath the zone. Yet it could break any given moment, so we have to be patient here. If it doesn't, better for us. All right, better for the Euro USD, of course, and our trade right here. But let's find out here. So yeah, we're gonna talk about all of the other ones. Australian dollar, Canadian dollar is a good one to look at. Let's do that as well. Let's have a look here. Okay, it did it. It did it. All right, it actually came down. We were looking at this one yesterday in the Discord. We had a session as well. We're looking at it. We saw it breaking. We saw it tapping into this 2-hour area of supply. Why? Because we created a lower low, okay? We created a change of character to the downside here. We actually came back up, tapped into that zone. We got rejected from it, came back down, created a new low, and now we're backing or testing again that next level here. Same reaction, all right? Exactly the same reaction as what we saw previously, which is what you want to see right now. You want to take out this low for sure, okay? Then you want to look for any particular continuation here. At the same time, what you're seeing right now is that it's not looking particularly strong. When you see something like this here, we are not really building that liquidity that people think, that might think we're doing here. Okay? Somewhat in that matter, when you see something like this, we're not really building liquidity. We're just looking extremely weak here. Okay? When you come down more like this, okay? So when it's more like, for example, this, then we're building liquidity, okay? Then we are absolutely building liquidity to the downside. This is just a free fall right now. It's not looking strong whatsoever for the Australian dollar against the Canadian dollar today. We have news coming for the Australian dollar against the Canadian dollar, so do take that in consideration. If you're dollar Fibonacci, and if you want to look for a retracement, I would look for this particular zone above the equilibrium on the 30-minute. I think this makes the most sense as we got rejected already on the 2-hour. Any pullback, tapping into that zone, continuation to the downside is realistic, especially if we do not, or especially if we, have negative news for, positive news for the Canadian dollar. All right. What does Chuck mean? A Chuck is a change of character, and a break of structure is a BOS, break of structure to the upside. I assume the US dollar is going to become bullish today. I would secure my profits as I were you. We just took out 50%. We took out $700 already. So all good regardless of what happens here. We have been taken out. This is already our second trade for EURUSD. We already had one profitable trade. Second profitable trade. Profits are already taken here. We have a trailing stop loss right now. Is it too late to get in EU? Yes, right now I would wait. I would definitely wait a little bit. Okay. Because the dollar is looking a little bit stronger. Okay, we took out the lows. Right now we are coming up. We have not closed above that zone. We need to close above that zone in order to really be, bullish. And so on and so on. We need to close above it here. Now it seems like we're just grabbing the liquidity and then reversing down. So let's see how we react. That's also one of the reasons why I'm not willing to close my position yet. If we do not close above this level here. So for me, it looks like a liquidity sweep. Taking out the stop losses and then reversing here. All right, so this is what we're seeing right now. And this will, of course, push the euro price up again. So we're gonna find out soon, guys. Gold. I want to see gold tapping into this 1 hour zone. This could be the trade for our stream. Tapping into that zone, coming down towards that area here. Okay, mitigating, tapping into that area, and then looking for a trade setup right there. Long, gold, potentially, when that actually happens. And when the dollar is not going to be bullish today. So that totally depends here. Until that moment, gold can still come down. Okay, gold can still come down right now. We have this zone right here. Okay. We could actually maybe think about trading, like taking a small position on gold to the downside, depending on what the dollar is gonna do. But I want the dollar to at least close above that zone. It's not really that strong correlated the last couple of days with the dollar index. So I'm not a big fan of trading gold unless it's on the higher time frame, like on the 1 hour. This is what I would prefer right now. So at least wait for the 1 hourly reaction, and then we can start looking for our setups, on the 1 minute and so on here. So we have news coming, guys. 1 minute. 1 minute for the Canadian dollar. Let's keep a close eye on this one as well. The USD cut. And in the meantime, we're gonna find out very soon what the outcome is, okay? 20 or 5 seconds, 30 seconds to go if I'm correct. 30 seconds to go. Let's go, man. Let's go. What is the Canadian dollar doing? Do you work on a demo account? No. Writing a trading view though. Euro Swiss franc, good for buy now. We can look at it later. We have the Australian Canadian dollar first. What is your thought about the indicator called Smart Money Concept Expo? It's pretty much the same as what you're doing. It's not accurate. It's not correct. Core CPI negative. CPI month over month positive. Retail sales positive. Core CPI negative. This is interesting. This is very important here. Wow, look at that reaction. Look at that reaction right now. Pushes the price up, tapping in exactly into that zone here. Look at that. Look also at the dollar, guys. The dollar is coming down more. Our euro trade is going absolutely wild here. Okay? We took out 50% already round about that particular area. It's going up. It's coming up more. We are making some significant gains here. The dollar is coming down. Clearly a liquidity sweep to the downside here. US dollar, Canadian dollar right now. Tapping into that area. Exactly at our 5-minute area of supply right here. We're going to be patient. We're not going to go for it straight away. We're going to wait here. We're going to wait for that reaction. But it looks like a solid reaction here, guys. It looks like a solid reaction. It tapped into that zone. It took out all the liquidity that was built up here. All the liquidity in the upside. The wick here already took out this low. Okay. It swept the liquidity to the downside here. Or the sell side liquidity. Followed by an immediate reversal here. Okay. So this was a beautiful reaction so far. Right now we are tapping into that zone here. We have mixed news coming out for the Canadian dollar. Do take that into consideration. But overall, I like what we're doing here. We have been taking out a lot of liquidity to the upside. Very, very clean. Very, very nice right here. So the question is, how far, can we take it right now? Okay. If this zone is going to get respected, we're going to look for shorts here. Okay, we're definitely going to look for shorts. Just want to see the volume, see, like going a little bit more down, or at least the volatility decreasing a little bit here. Okay, this is what I would love to see right now. That potentially happen. I think that makes a lot of sense here. Okay. Overall, fantastic reaction so far in the 5 minutes. Tapping into that exact zone right there. Gonna be amazing. Gonna be amazing. Euro. Stop loss is still on the right place. I could increase it a little bit, but I want to see at least a one more lower high. Higher low. Before we making exactly that move here to the upside here. But overall, no. We're gonna be patient with the euro. But guys, the goal is to get some trades going. Okay. So gold 100% on our radar. USD cut on our radar. Why? This is the perfect example. If we stay underneath that zone, then we have what we want to see here. Okay, the liquidity sweep, taking out the liquidity in the upside, tapping into that zone. Breaking structure, coming back, filling up that imbalance, tapping into that area of supply, and then potentially reverse from there. Depending if we can break any lows. Potentially coming down. Okay, we have a massive gap here. But we need to close below this zone first, as before that we can easily go higher than this. And we can come up more. Okay, it's just a matter of taking a break right now. However, from a fundamental standpoint, the US dollar has all the advantages. Okay? All the advantages from interest rates to GDP growth to the unemployment rate. Okay, the commitment of traders, COT data, institutional data, and retail sentiment. Like, it's all aligning, and it has a long bias here on the USD cut here. We have to take that in consideration. And of course, when you look on the daily, look at what we're seeing here. This is a tremendous amount of liquidity that's built up above here. Okay, so if we create this higher high on the lower time frame right now, and we break this level, the tide is turning, and we can start looking for long positions for the US dollar, Canadian dollar here. And that means that we can start entering from any retracement, pullback, continuation to the upside, to then potentially continue on the higher time frame. So that means that this trade could turn into a very clean, a significant trade here. Very, very nice, very clean here. All right, this is what we're looking for. So yes, euro is going up more. We're just gonna leave this running here. Let's go over a couple other charts right now. I think we have a clear understanding of what the market is at this particular moment is doing. I think it's time to catch some trade setups right now to see what we can do here. Dollar so far coming down. Okay, dollar so far coming down. All right. So let's see what we have. Okay, Australian dollar made a higher high. We have this zone here. We already tapped into this zone here. Dollar more downside potential. Well, we're building a lot of liquidity underneath again. I would not be surprised if we break this very soon. Okay. Potentially coming down into that area here. Breaking that low. Then potentially looking for continuation to the downside. We have all that imbalance yet to be filled underneath. I would not be surprised if we do so. But also I would not be surprised if we decide to reverse for the dollar later this stream. Somewhat midstream. I think we could expect some sort of reversal. You know, just before the London closure. I would not be surprised if that happens here. But that doesn't mean that right now we can start looking for any particular setups that are interesting for us. Like AU, like GU for example as well. Let's go over GU real quick. This is Swiss franc. Let's go over GU. Yeah, GU made a massive move to the upside, of course. Dollar is weak. You know, this is something that you cannot really, that you have to be patient for right now. You can take a trade here, but I would not trade it with such an I think it's very overextended right now. At this specific moment here. I would wait for the British pound to come back to normal levels again. Before you take any decisions whatsoever in regards to, you know, what you're looking for. As you guys can see that we're bouncing also from a 30-minute area of demand here for the Australian dollar US dollar, which is then way more appealing. Why? Because this is also the equilibrium right now. We're tapping into that 50% perfectly. And now you see that reaction to the upside here. So this is what we can do soon. In my opinion, this is a great potential setup here, which we could potentially trade here very soon here. The Australian dollar against the US dollar. Overall, I like what we're seeing here. So we saw that internal chuck here. We came back down. We got respected in this zone. Very, very well. So this is the 30-minute. We got respected here. Now we went up, or we came up towards this zone. We got respected there. And now we're breaking these particular highs. We need to close above it. We need to close above this high. Then we can start looking for the continuation. The retracement continuation of that particular level here. Then I would potentially take a trade here to the upside. That means that I would look for a long here. Stop loss underneath the lows. Target at least somewhat these highs here. In that manner here. I would not be... Yeah, I would like that trade here, especially if you can close above that zone and retrace back into that area here. This is definitely a trade setup that we can take. The Australian dollar against the US dollar. As long as the dollar doesn't break any particular highs on the 1 minute. Okay? The dollar is still coming down. There are no higher highs here. This was a liquidity sweep. This was not a higher high. So, as long as we do not create a higher high here, then I'm bullish. I'm bearish on the dollar. Sure. I'm bearish on the dollar. And I think I will remain bearish for a while if you keep pulling back and getting rejected here to the downside. Okay? Very well. The US dollar, Canadian dollar is going up. Right now, we see that even though we're holding still, that has to do with the Canadian dollar in this case, okay? The US dollar, Swiss franc, going down. US dollar, Japanese yen, of course, also going down. Yeah, same old, pretty much same old concept here. I think that the Australian dollar against the US dollar is looking very clean, guys. I think this has a lot of potential if we decide to come back down a little bit more. And I think it's possible with that wick here, okay, if coming down to fill up this wick completely, that this will only push the price of Australian dollar up, EURUSD up, you know, and so on and so on. We're going to find out very, very soon. Euro reached our target here. That means that we can, again, close our position. 50 more percent. That means that 75% of our position has been closed here. Okay. There we go. 75% of our position has been closed. Another 600 euro. I don't know how much it is in dollars. Like $700. We keep the rest open here. Stop loss is going to go right now underneath these lows. And that should close the deal here, okay? We have closed 75% of our EUR/USD position. I think it's time right now to look at the Australian dollar against the US dollar. How do you do that, bro? Closing 70% of your position. In trading view, you can just click on partial close. And then, or you click on close, you do partial close, and you type in the amount of units that you want to sell. But all the US dollar pairs sell. US dollar pairs are selling. Of course, the counter pairs are going up. So if the US dollar is going down, then of course EUR/USD, Australian dollar against the US dollar, GU going up. There is definitely some more upside potential. We have been consolidating here for a while already, and we are right now trying to accumulate. We have created a high. We have not broken and closed above that high. But I would love to come down a little bit more to tap into that zone and to then go up further, potentially taking out these highs. These are equal highs built up right here. So these equal highs are important. I want to see that getting taken out if the dollar decides to come back down more, which is possible, which is likelier. Look at the chart right now. Looking at what we're seeing right now, it's definitely possible, but we have to be patient. We have to be patient for the dollar to move up, to tap in one of these zones. We have one zone right here to see if we can align. If the Australian dollar against the US dollar comes down as well, that could indicate for us potential long. We have two setups. One is here, one is right there, a little bit lower. And we can take it down, and we can target the equal highs underneath. What lot size do you averagely trade with? When you trade in trading view, there is not really a lot size that you can take consideration here. So you have to think about, you know, 0.5, yeah, between 0.5, 2% roughly. Lorenzo, do you have an MyFX book so we can check your trades? You can go into Discord. We have a bunch of data right there, from prop firm challenges, data to you know, actual trade setups. Everything is in there. Plus, of course, the live streams we have done on YouTube for the last 6 months. Oh yeah, good idea. We need to put our scoreboard up. There we go. Okay, stop loss underneath the lows for the last 25%. We closed our position roughly here, last 25% here. So the next setup I'm looking for is Australian dollar, US dollar, but forget about this for now. The reason why we have created a higher high. So we're going to be patient right now. We're going to see what the Australian dollar is going to do, and based on that, we're gonna find out how we can look forward here. Because same thing. Sorry guys, my throat today. So we saw a liquidity sweep right here. We're gonna find out very soon. This is how we look at the market. We look at the structure of the dollar, and based on that, we can change our mind when the dollar breaks a high or breaks a low. So it reverses right now. Okay, that is the moment for us to say, okay, right now is maybe the moment to look for a continuation, totally depending on what the Australian dollar right now will do. If we create a lower low and the dollar creates a higher high, the tie is turning here. Okay, could be very, very interesting here. So that's the dollar. The euro coming back to our stop loss right now for our remaining 25% here. Dollar has broken the high, so let's see what we have here. We have one more high here that we need to look out for. Don't you want to sell the Euro USD? Maybe later. It depends on the dollar right now. The dollar has created a new high. So yeah, I think we're going to close Euro USD. I think it's a good choice to close it. Done. Already got triggered here. Closed it in profit. That was our position. Fantastic trade. Fantastic, beautiful trade. Perfect moment to exit here. And good that we took profits along the way as well. How do you determine when to enter with a stop order versus a marked order with your scalping technique? That's a good question. And the reason why I would say it's personal preference is because it depends how you want to manage your trade position. If you want to manage your trade safely, securely, and you do not like drawdown, I would wait for a closure. Okay? If you want to at least, you know, just let the trade run, every single time you want to let it run regardless of the outcome, I would suggest to go into a stop order. The only reason why you potentially want to wait for closure is to make sure that it will not turn into a liquidity sweep and turns around straight away. That's pretty much the only reason here. Okay, fantastic. So the dollar took out the liquidity right here. It took out this zone first. Now it broke the highs. This is a reversal for the dollar at the moment. So that's it. We're going to wait for the pullback of the dollar and then looking for the right setups that are aligning with the dollar as well at that specific moment here. Okay. All right, let's see what the US dollar Canadian dollar is doing. I think we're gonna break. We have broken it high right now. Okay, based on that, we're gonna look for a setup here on the higher time frame. There is a lot of bullish momentum, so this is great. We broke it. I was like, "Where's my chart?" There we go. Okay, beautiful reaction. News came out roughly negative here for the Canadian dollar. So what we have done right now, we have created our higher high. This is this is the first step to our position. Okay, that higher high has been put in. That lower low, that break has been put in right now as well. We take it to the lower time frame. Now we can decide, okay, what's the right moment to look for a long position? Well, we have that one zone, of course, right there on the 2 minute. That's number one. We have this particular zone that we could take consideration depending on where the dollar will end up. Number one. And then number two, we have this zone underneath. Potentially. This just has a lot of potential. The reason why I'm saying that is because if you look at the higher time frame, there is from a fundamental perspective so much more to see here. Right now you can see clearly that we have all that liquidity above on the daily. And I think that if you create that chunk, that you want to catch the reversal. Because if you catch it especially long, with your long bias, this smaller trade can turn into a bigger trade. Okay? So that's potentially what you want to see here. What you're looking for. What is your plan with the Australian dollar, US dollar? Same thing right now. We have broken the lows. We saw that swept to the upside, liquidity taken out, a reversal. Okay. So now that the dollar has broken the highs, we are just looking for the reversal as well for the US dollar against the Canadian dollar, or Australian dollar against the Canadian dollar here. We have that zone here. Any retracement, any pullback and continuation in the 1 minute, that will give us the indication right now potentially tapping into that zone. That's number one. Okay. And then potentially taking, you know, a short position here. Stop loss above the highs. Take profit to the lows, depending on where we go to. And depends where you want to put your stop loss as well. We have one more high that you could take consideration here. Around about there. Something in that sense here could be interesting. So let's put an alert here for the Australian dollar right now. Let's look at the euro. USD as well indeed. Euro did the same thing. Okay, breaking stocks to the upside right now. We saw that change. So we created a higher high. Okay. Higher high and lower low. If you look on the 5 minute, we actually tapped perfectly, or the 3 minute, doesn't really matter. We tapped perfectly in this zone. And we saw that rejection from that area. That was our exit position here. Or the last TP. Now we see that we broke the lows again. Okay, so anything like this in this manner is also right now the same. So we're seeing a retracement, we're seeing a reversal for the dollar happening just right now during the stream. I expected it to happen a little bit later, around the London closure. But this is also good, because right now we can just wait for the pullback and the continuation here. All right, it's gonna be amazing. Yeah, this high is nice. Why is this high nice? Well, this high is nice because of the fact that we saw that this high took out this low. All right, it took out multiple lows right here, and any pullback continuation could be coming in place here after we saw that rejection already right here. So it's kind of our confirmation trade already when thinking about this particular setup right there, coming into this particular area right there. Okay, so shorting it from that zone could be good, especially when you have the confirmation of the dollar. Somewhat in that manner here. We need to see where we need to put our stop loss, but yeah, we're gonna find out soon. I think this makes a lot of sense here. So one of that, the Australian dollar is very similar, has created a lower low as well. There we go. USD Canadian dollar is the other way around. Of course, we're seeing the dollar right now, you know, pushing up again. This has been taken out, which is good to see. We have taken out the lows already. The fact that these lows are taken out is good. That means that the majority of the liquidity has been taken out underneath, and then we saw that that reversal. So that's pretty good. We saw that coming down. We got respected into this zone. Things on a 5. Oh, we actually didn't tap into it. We came back up slightly, but overall, this would have been the zone then. Would not be a particularly strong level, but definitely something that you can take consideration here. Dollar, this is the zone for the dollar. Okay. So if the dollar comes in, guys, and you guys know how I trade. Okay, most of you guys that are here, they know how we make our money here, how we do these trades together. That is by waiting for the dollar to come into an area of demand or supply, to wait for that correlation. That's why what we trade, we call this the supply and demand scalping correlation strategy. That means that there is a synchronization between the dollar index or any particular index. Could be the Japanese yen, could be the euro, whatever, and that particular pair that we want to trade. All right, so if the dollar comes into that zone after creating a high, fantastic. That's enough for us to then potentially look for a short at another pair like the EURUSD, Australian dollar, at that particular moment as well, or a long for US dollar, Canadian dollar, and you know, these particular settles right there. Ontologist said, watch 104.158. Yeah, let's have a look here. Let's zoom out a little bit. 104.158. Yeah, this high, this low, this high. pretty much this level. I see what you mean. Definitely level to take consideration indeed. So great reaction, great impulse to the upside. It's time for us to see what the dollar can do. Where can we bounce from? All right, this is what we want to try to figure out right now. Can we bounce from here? If you do bounce from here, then most likely we will see something like the EURUSD or the Australian dollar or the you know, any of these particular pairs here. For example, the euro coming up and then looking for the continuation to the downside. Ontologist says 5 minutes, not 30 minutes. It doesn't really matter. I see what you mean. Check the USD cut. The USD cut is holding so far, but I think that the dollar has a little bit more downside potential. We need to see from there. We have been bouncing from a particular zone. I want to see at least the dollar coming down to a nice area of demand here, such as this particular area. Would be nice. Would be amazing. Christopher says, join the V2 community, 100%. Looks like US dollar is breaking higher. US dollar is looking good. Is there an imbalance on the USD cut? Yes. USD cut looking good for continuation up. I do agree. I think this is fantastic. We can definitely look at a couple of fantastic setups here, guys. Yeah, we're going to talk about the euro, about the Japanese yen a bit later. If there is a zone where we can look for the USD cut, I would say it's this one right here. It's a little bit lower. Or maybe a little bit lower. We have to see where the dollar actually will bounce from right now. Dollar is going to face some resistance at the moment here. So the question is this enough to break through? Or do we need to come back down a little bit more? That's the question right now for the dollar here. Our spices, I missed the dollar yen song. Well, actually, bro, that's the gold song you were talking about here. All right, you're talking about gold. You're talking about the gold song here. In regards to gold, gold is holding so strong here. It's not really strongly correlated to the dollar at the moment. There are a lot of fundamental external factors here for gold, what's happening right now. So we need to look at gold a little bit different than just the correlation with the dollar here, because gold is going up while the dollar is going up right now. So that's quite interesting. So we actually stepped into that zone. Interesting. Gold's looking interesting as well. Very, very nice. Get the big trade of the USD cut. Yes, USD cut can absolutely, on a daily level, guys, on a daily standpoint, make some significant highs here. If you can catch a long position for the USD cut at the right position, you can find a beautiful trade here, okay? This is what we're going to do. This is our goal today as well. To catch a fantastic USD setup. It has to make sense with the dollar. It has to align with the dollar though. Your strategy always wait the price to pull back. Not always. But we're looking for the correlation with the dollar. Yeah, that's what we're looking for in this case. This is why our win rate is like 70%. A little bit more than 70%. Have you blown any accounts? Yes. Yes, definitely. I definitely have blown accounts in my career. What's your point of GJ? Very bullish. But at the moment, we're starting to lose steam here. This is not looking good, to be honest, right now. Now we're building a lot of liquidity. I think we're going to come down a little bit more. So, yeah, it depends on the... Let's say, this is actually a good point, my friend. Thank you for sharing. Because this could be a trade for us, guys. This could be a trade right now. Now I'm looking at it. The Japanese yen basket. Let's see what this is saying here. Okay. We're going to put an alert here. Dollar is coming down. There we go. USD cut will come down as well a little bit. Okay. We have an alert set right there. Japanese yen. Okay, Japanese yen looking stronger. We are. I think we're gonna reverse a little bit. We have a bunch of liquidity built up here as well. We're breaking this level right now. I think that we're coming into that zone. I think I like what I see here, guys. I like GJ. If we can close below. Somewhat in this manner, guys. And the reason why is we're building a lot of liquidity right now. A lot of stop losses are built up underneath this level. Underneath this trend that you can see here. We had that last sweep. And if we now break the lows of that sweep here. So we came up, broke structure. If we now suddenly decide to turn around here. Break the lows, okay? That's for us a very important moment. Because that could indicate that we're trying to reverse back down here. Okay, that means that we're coming up. We failed to break this high here. We came back down. We failed to break that initial high. We created a higher low so far. We need to create a lower low. Then we have two decisions to make. We can either enter from here when it's closed on the 5 minute or 3 minute. When we close our candle here. Or we wait for the pullback coming back down into our zone and then look for the continuation. What do you guys think? Let me know, guys. Pullback or our regular break entry? Phil says pullback. Light hair says candle closure. Pullback, pullback, pullback. Check basket first, correct, for sure. So far, we need to break this high, but so far I like what we're seeing here. We're building, we're coming back down a little bit. But I think that there is a potential chance of a short-term reversal, especially if we break this high here. And I think the moment we break this low, the Japanese yen basket will already have broken above here. Okay, so do take that in consideration. Gabi says entry now. R-Spar says regular break. A-Bar says sell, pullback, break entry, break entry. I says I also personally always wait on a pullback. Yes, I miss trades doing it, but I prefer to wait. Okay, if you wanna wait for the pullback, then it's breaking this level, coming back, and then looking for the continuation. The chance of missing the trade is there. Then you can put your stop loss a little bit higher. You can stop loss here. If you have a higher risk reward, if it comes back to that zone after it breaks the lows, we need to break the low. All right, that's the most important one regardless. Otherwise, there is no trade. Then we can decide if we're going to look for an entry here. Stop loss above that high. Take profit right there, number one. Or we wait for the pullback. Stop loss above that high and then look for the continuation here. So we can decide when we break that level here. We're going to put an alert there. And we can potentially even take 50% here, 50% there. We can divide the trade, correct. Almor said it. We can divide the trade setup here. I want you guys to be a little bit more involved, okay? I'm just giving you guys the direction of the potential setups. And then you guys can be a little bit more involved today in the actual execution of the setups, all right? EU is right now in our zone. We saw a message. Okay, number one. What's the dollar doing here? Dollar coming down again. Okay, dollar is not there yet. Dollar is not in that zone yet. So the euro, we need to wait a little bit longer with the euro here. The euro, maybe we have a zone above, but the dollar is not there yet. Okay, the dollar is not in that zone. We are coming down though. We're reaching that 5-minute zone here. Based on that, we can start looking at the euro USD or just trading dollar against the US dollar here. GJ is on our radar, guys. Officially, the moment we break, we could enter a position here. So be ready. Be ready for the Euro USD, or sorry, for GJ. Okay, interesting. Euro is coming down. Dollar is already getting bought up here. Ah, okay, we're bouncing from this breaker. Okay, yes, this is looking good. Looking good for the dollar. Dollar looking good. Euro can potentially come down. Stop loss above that high, and we can get triggered into our position here as well. This could be a potential trade. USD cut also is still above that zone. The USD cut is actually looking very strong right now as well. So do take that in consideration. GJ and the Japanese yen, we're gonna be patiently waiting right now. Yeah, we're gonna have a couple trades today. I like it. Looking good. I'm excited for the market right now. It's looking good. Alright, we're tapping into that zone right now already. Dollar is holding. There we go. Dollar tapped into that zone. Looking for the continuation here. Euro. I like the euro. I like the reaction of the euro. Looking strong, looking coming down here. We're gonna close below that initial candle here. Stop loss above that high. Could be interesting. Could be the trade. News in an hour. If that's the case, we can see from there. But we still have some room. We can just secure ourselves here. Dollar took out all the liquidity here underneath. It created a significant high. And now again, look at all these stop losses that are built up here. We have all that liquidity above here. This is huge confluence. Okay, I'm in EURUSD, guys. I'm in EURUSD. All that liquidity there. Short EURUSD. Yeah, look at all the liquidity built up above here. Triple times equal highs here. At some point, we have to take it out. We have to take out these highs here. So this is just an extra confluence that you can take consideration. There we go. First trade of the stream. Actually, second trade of the stream, but this is the first official trade of the stream. Again, the EURUSD here. Stop loss above that high. Could even put your stop loss a little bit higher. We have the room. We have the room of our one-to-one. We have actually more than a one-to-one here. The reason why I like it so much is because we have broken. Pretty much what we're seeing right now is we created a lower low. We broke through that level. Dollar is definitely looking to, in my opinion, looking for these highs. I would be very surprised if you not take out some of these highs right here. That's why I think the euro is involved. And that's why I think there's more downside potential here. I would definitely let's wait for the break. The reason why I think this is a weaker low is potentially because we couldn't break that initial high here. So that's why I like this one. I think we can use this in our advantage. Somewhat here we can actually reduce our stop loss to break even. I think if we are coming bound towards towards this zone, we can maybe put our stop loss on break even already. We need to watch. We need to see and actively manage our position here. But I think it's definitely possible that we could definitely look for that zone here. And we have a lot of room. We have more liquidity underneath. I think it could be interesting, especially when the dollar goes for these highs here. Gino says, GJ. Oh, yes. GJ is coming close, guys. Thank you for letting me know. Have you used this strategy to pass challenges? Yes. Yes, we have multiple challenges. I have all the data as well. But now we're trading live here. Okay, we have an alert set, guys. We have an alert set. We're gonna find out here. Oh, euro's coming up a little bit. Okay, dollar is getting rejected. Yeah, of course. Dollar is right now getting rejected by the zone. At the same time, I think that at some point we have to break above. We have to come back up towards that level here. To go and take out these highs here. Create a lower high, a higher low, followed by a higher high would be nice for us here. Long EURUSD after dollar DXY took triple equals. I think that's the moment where we can start thinking about, taking profits here for sure. But yeah, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out soon here. GJ is next one on our radar here. Check US dollar Swiss franc. Yeah, we can look at it. We can look at the US dollar Swiss franc as well. What's the US dollar Canadian dollar doing though? That's what I would like to know here. What is the US dollar against the Canadian dollar doing? I think GJ is gonna drop as well soon, guys. Angelo, my man, thank you so much, my man. Everything is going to the giveaways. We have giveaways every single day. Of course, we're gonna give away something today as well. We have a giveaway today as well. Every single day, every single stream at least. We do giveaways, my friends. So this will support. We're actually supporting the community to give more away. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Let's check out the US dollar Swiss franc. Yeah, looking good, looking strong as well. With this zone, but I'm not. Yeah, we need to break this high. I'm not a big fan with this sweep. 50% of this candle. I think we're gonna find some resistance here. It depends on the dollar right now. Which country are you trading from? I'm trading from Bali, Indonesia. Are you going to take GJ on a break? What we can do, we can wait for the closure. The reason why I like it so much is because of the order flow of the Japanese yen. I like this reaction here. I like how we bounce from it. I like how we will come up a little bit more. I like the reaction overall here for the Japanese yen. This will push the price down of GJ. GJ has already had a massive expansion. I think we are overextended here. That's what I think right now is for the euro. Sorry, for GJ here. I think we're quite overextended at this particular moment here. So yeah, we can definitely look to trade the GJ as well. Definitely. Okay, I need to actively manage right now. Let's see what we have here. Getting some resistance here, of course, but it wants to push. We're right now on our entry, like roughly still. And we are facing some resistance for the dollar. But I have my eye on these equal highs here. I want to break that at some point, accumulate as many positions as possible to the downside, then boom, shoot up. That will cause the EURUSD to drop, of course, instantly as well. So I'm having my eyes on these highs here for the dollar. Internally, yes. Internally, we need to have some resistance here. Euro is still hovering at around our entry. If we close this candle not above here, I'm gonna close my position here for the euro. I'm gonna look for a better entry. Done. Gonna look for a better entry here for the EURUSD. Closed it pretty much around our entry here. I want to wait for a better position. Due to the fact that we could not break this high. So we are getting rejected here. At the same time, we're still targeting for these highs. So at some point I'm like, okay, we're gonna go up. But this was not the moment here. So I waited for this candle closure on the dollar. After that candle closure, I got my confirmation that we need to wait a little bit longer. So let's see from where we can start looking for an entry, for a new entry here for the euro. GJ is on our radar. GJ is looking very good. I think it was a good decision to close a break even right now, and then to wait for a new entry a little bit later. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna come up. We're gonna maybe tap even in this zone, and then I think we're gonna try again to break these highs right there. It all depends where we wanna take it. Tech Smash, what are you doing all day when you're not trading? Chilling with my son, my little boy. I look at charts. Bruh. Okay, you guys decide, guys. You guys decide for GJ. Option number 1. Okay. Option number 2. There we go. Okay, dollar tapping into that first area of demand right now. Euro is higher. So let's see where the euro is at the moment. Still underneath that zone. This is a stronger high. So we could see a new level here, but yeah, the dollar is still hovering in between the zones here. So I think we need to be patient right now with any trade, regardless to the dollar. Okay. We have we are still looking. We're having a close eye on it right now. The Australian dollar was not even there yet at all. Okay, but the Australian dollar has a lot of potential right now. The reason why the Australian dollar is weaker at this particular moment, looks a little bit weaker than the euro. So that's good. Is your son trading? No, my son is only is very young. he can just walk. He just started walking. Are you out of EU? Yes, out of EU. We closed it around the entry. Want to wait for better opportunity, better position here. Has to do with the dollar right now. Okay, let's see what you guys say. Option 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. More 2. You guys want to look for wait for the pullback. The rest just my 4-year-old trades with me. Wow. That's amazing. That's amazing. Then that said bullish. Maybe. When the dollar is... if the Japanese yen break this low, then yes. Need to look at the Japanese yen first. Just keep in mind, guys, if we're coming down, then we have broken this low, then we are less bullish. Right now, we are still bullish. The moment we break this low, we're less bullish. The reason why? This was the last low that put in this high. If we then break this low is broken, then it's easier to take control as... or to take, control from the areas of supply here. So, if you break, you can either think, okay, I enter here, put my stop loss above that high, and I target the lows with the piece underneath, or I wait for the pullback and then coming down. In both cases, you need to wait for the lower low. You need to wait for the break first. Otherwise, there is no trade. Ryan Trade says, bro, trading is really damn tricky. Took over 1% loss today, all because of my emotions. My man, that's part of the game. Alright, that's part of the game. That's how it is, man. That's how it is. You can, we can manage. 1% is fine. 1% is doable. Alright, lower your risk, understand your strategy, understand your win rate, understand your risk to reward on average. And you have your outcome. You have the data that you need. And based on that, you can turn profitable here. If I ask you guys right now, in the chat. Wait, let me put on another sound real quick. Important question. Okay? If I ask you right now in the chat, what is your net return? What is your average win rate? What is your average risk to reward? And how many trades is your database? And what is your risk per trade? If you can answer me these trades, these questions, then I know if you are profitable or not. Dollar coming down again? Yes, dollar coming down again. We're back at that zone. It has been ranging all day. Look at that. Like, actually, look how crazy this is. Look at that range that we are in right now. People call this a no trade zone, usually. But in my opinion, I think it's possible as long as you you manage your trades well. There we go. Yeah, Euro came back up here. GJ also, we need to wait for lower low. No risk, no fun. Lorenzo, let's do a challenge of a $10 to $1,000. $10 is a little bit small, man. I think that's better to do $1,000 to a $10,000. So what is the question? So what is your win rate over how many trades? What is your risk per trade? What is your typical risk to reward? And what is your net risk to reward from your actual profits here? If you know these for yourself, you understand that you're doing something right. If you don't know at all, you should think about why you don't know this information, okay? It could really help you, benefit you in the long run, because you can now track your data. You truly understand if you're profitable or not, right? Or you truly understand, for example, what you need to work on, right? Maybe your win rate is... If you go for 1-to-1, you need more than a 50% win rate. Maybe your win rate on a 1-to-1 is 40%. Then you're losing trader. Okay, that's fine. But then you think, okay, maybe I need to work on my strategy. Then maybe it is your net return. Okay, your net R. So you go for 1-to-1, but your net R is a 0.4-to-1. Again, same thing, right? So you wanna know exactly what your average return is based on the risk reward you trade, and you put it in different categories. So if you focus on a 1-to-1, you put it in your 1-to-1 trade setup. If you focus on a 5-to-1, you put it in your, 5-to-1 trade setup, or, a minimum of 3-to-1, whatever. You put it in a different setup or a different sheet. Brian says, want to see you pass a prop firm challenge live? That's possible. We have been doing it before. What's your USD? Let's see what the dollar is doing. So first, the dollar is coming up again. Euro is coming down again. Okay, yeah, I see what we mean. We are in the zone right now. I think we can come down one more time. I think what the dollar is doing right now, we're building liquidity. Enough liquidity soon to do this. We're going to come up, we're going to come down, we're going to come up, and we're going to break. And we're going to take out this liquidity here. We're going to come to this zone. I think this is where we're heading towards right now. Somewhat that level. I would not be surprised if we go to this level here. So based on that, we can think, okay, what can we do right now? Well, let's wait for a higher high first. That's number one. Let's wait for a higher high. Because without the higher high, I'm not like really confident right now. I think that we can come down a little bit more. At the same time, we're building a lot of stop losses above here. So that's good. At some point, we're going to break it. We have so much liquidity on the upside that I think shorting the euro makes a lot of sense here. But also, Australian dollar is a little bit weaker, but still. All right, we're making moves. Dollar is coming down again. There we go. Not even a higher high. Gonna keep a close eye on it. Matty says 73% win rate. Risk to reward is a 3.09 prof 0.9, sorry, 3.0. So let's say 3. Profit factor is 9. That's fantastic. That's more than fantastic, bro. If this is your win rate and your profit, that's significant. I can show you one challenge that we did for the community. Dollar is coming down here. Okay. But no, that's fantastic, man. If you can literally have a 70% win rate, 73% with a 3R net return, then you're doing something very good here. Then you're doing something good. Absolutely. So, for example, this was the strategy that we're doing right now on the stream. Same strategy. 70% win rate, 69.3%, profit factor 2.7, average return 1.2R. With TPs, okay? So excluding you know, multiple TPs and so on and so on. So we had 2 losing days. 2 losing days in a row. Of course. So we went into a negative vibe here. I think at that moment here. After that, yeah, the green days, pretty much. This was for the community here. I do not really care about funded accounts. This was just for the community. 75 trades. Okay, euro broke the high. That means that the dollar is not there yet. The dollar needs to break a high first, guys. Dollar needs to break a high. Otherwise, it's not interesting right now. We're still ranging. Overall, look at the 15-minute or the 5-minute. We're ranging here. So let's wait for the dollar to at least break a high before we make any moves here. DJ is looking fantastic, though. Brian says 75 trades. Yeah, but this is including partials. Are you happy with your broker or why Owanda? Actually, the reason why I do Owanda right now is for you guys. So you can see my my profit here. I want to stay on TradingView. But I trade with BlueBerryMarkets. Like 90% of my capital is on this broker. So I want to actually start live trading with BlueBerryMarkets. I want to actually transfer a lot of capital towards that broker as well and trade from MT4. But I'm a big fan of trading view, like the charts and like the analysis here, the indicators and everything. I'm not a big fan of MT4. I think it's too boring. Yeah, but yeah, I traded, of course. I traded. I'm still on the MT4 right now. Well, we cannot consider longing GJ as the 4-hour has closed and broken above the resistance. So the reason why I'm looking at it is because I feel like they were overextended right now. And the only reason why I would long it, short it, is to take out all that liquidity that has been built up here. And all that massive expansion, that imbalance here. What comes up very fast comes down as well. In the long term, yes, potentially. But I think we have a long way to go to come back to that zone first of all. Which is this high here. The retest pretty much of that high. Then you can also say, okay, potentially come back up further again. But for now, I think I have the same bias as long as we break the lows. And we close below these lows here. And no spamming in the chat. Any word on gold? Yeah, we're ready for gold to come down a little bit. Oh, we had a buy limit set here for gold. And we did not get triggered into a buy limit here. So it came up and it tapped into that zone and it went up from there. So we had a buy limit set, but it did not trigger our position. So yeah, we are we need to be patient. We need to be patient here. GJ is starting to look weaker. So make a decision, guys. Option number 1 or option number 2. You guys can decide here. One, 1, 2. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. 1 and 2. Okay, we still have to look at the Japanese yen, of course. We cannot just go for it straight away. But we tapped into that zone. We got respected here in this area of the month. If we break any of these highs, I think we got it. I think we will get our trade here. Two. A lot of you guys say 2. So the regular SMC, the regular SS supply and demand here. Usually how I trade is I trade 1. Alright? I trade 1, put the stop loss above the high. Because usually sometimes when we break, we do not come back up again and we miss out on our opportunity. So, you know, what we can do is we can do both. We can split the risk. You know, 50%, 50% and see from there. If it aligns with the Japanese yen, of course, in the first place. But yeah, I think this is what we can do. So we split the risk. And see from there. I think that's a good idea. We have been streaming so much already, so long already, for a couple months right now. You know, 3-4 times a week for a long period of time. For the last 7 months. So I want to bring you guys a little bit more in right now. I want to keep it more interactive. You know, so I'm going to make some trades myself. And then sometimes I want to, like, get your opinion on it as well. Your personal... I give you options. Option number 1, option number 2 in this case here. Two usually have less success rate. It depends. It depends here. It depends. We will find out here. We have that zone also here. If we create a lower low, we have another zone here. So yeah, let's we'll find out. We'll find out here. I'm gonna close my my buy limit, by the way. There we go. I forgot that I put one here. Okay, there we go. We're coming closer and closer. Japanese yen, still holding. We start to right now. We came down. We took out a lot of liquidity. Right now we start to, you know, build significant amount of liquidity above. Usually this is a good sign. We want to break that trend. And if you do break that trend, then this is the moment. This is definitely where we want to look for that entry here. Even if we come down, it doesn't really matter. That could give us the indication here. Japanese yen needs to close down. So actually what we need to look out for is the yen actually breaking above here. So that's super important. That we break above this for the yen. Okay, we're making moves. We're making moves here. Japanese yen need to break it. We're gonna split the risk, guys. Like discussed here. We're gonna split the risk in two. If we can come up here and close above it right now. We're coming closer and closer. Sweep liquidity is called inducement. No, liquidity and inducement. The sweep liquidity and inducement is different here. And the reason why is because of the, by the way, yes. There we go. One second, guys. We're going to look for GJ. 30 seconds for closure. Thirty seconds for closure. There we go. Okay, we closed. I'm gonna enter a short for the GJ trade right now. Okay. Done. Japanese yen. Swept above it. We closed barely above it here. We have this next zone. We broke that. We broke the trend here. If we can come down and come back up, that would be the ideal situation here. There we go. Number one. Trade number one is hit. We are in the first entry right now. We have some news coming out right now as well. I think this affects the price here. Let's have a look at the dollar news. Bullish for the dollar. We see a spike right here. That means we're gonna take out. Boom. There we go. Look at that. We tapped into that zone. After we broke this particular higher on the dollar. Look at that reaction. We broke that high on the dollar here. That was the moment we went up straight away. We came back into that zone to take out that liquidity that was built up there. Could have happened to the news. Should have thought about it, to be honest. I should have thought about it. Should have thought about that as well. Very, very important. I didn't. I did not do that. Should have thought about the dollar actually, that the news coming out. Of course, we're gonna go for that liquidity that was built up above there. Could have anticipated on a trade here. Liquidity taken out here. Tapping into that zone, coming down from there. Look at that. Look at that reaction, guys. Yeah, you guys were talking about the news, but I'm talking about the, which is true. But I'm talking about the liquidity was built up here, above here. All right, next time. And of course, GJ is going up right now. Of course. That correlation for the dollar. Stop on GJ is above there. Yeah. Yeah, this is completely my bad. My bad with the dollar here. And the news here. Of course, we knew about the PMI. But for some reason... it didn't click here. Can happen. Are you out of GJ? No, we're still in. At the same time, we have broken the lows here. We're not looking particularly strong right now. We actually tapped into that zone. So I'm going to keep this running. The question is, I'm not going to enter... we're going to remove option 2 for now. Big percentage in risk in V2 and play with small profits on live stream, it seems. Big percentage risk in V2 and play with small profits on the live stream. Yes, different things in the V2, correct? That's why it's the V2. And also the London session, the setups were looking clean, better. We have different risk per different trades. It all matters. And keep in mind, Brian, we split it to risk. Okay, this is 50% of our usual risk here. Due to the fact that we had two options here. We had 1 and 2. Overall, I think that GJ is reacting better than I expected. Overall, tapping into that zone here. But we're gonna find out right now. If the dollar is bullish, Japanese yen is bearish. This could push the price of GJ up. So I would not look for any trades right now for you guys as well. MCM says, I entered on GJ, caught about 30 pips. Congrats. Who is in a EU sell? This was the Australian dollar. Look at that. Look at that reaction here. Dollar building these equal highs, taking it out. All the equals lows were already taken. For some reason in my mind, it didn't click. It didn't click. All right. I don't know. Usually I'm a bit sharper than that. But hey, it can happen. Which time frame do you use mostly? Depends. Daily, 1 minute. It totally depends here. Philip says USD cut check. Yeah, we have a look at it. We'll have a look at it soon here. Football says we told you that there was news. Yes, I knew about the news. I'm not saying that I didn't knew about the news. I knew about the news. I knew about the PMI. I'm just talking about the equal highs that were built here on the chart. That didn't click for me. That they want to take out the equal highs during the news, potentially. Gold just doing its own thing. Which website are you using for economic news, please? Investing.com / the economic calendar. Investing.com / economic calendar here. Regardless, right now we're gonna let it run here. I'm gonna let it run. We have half. We went in with half risk, 50% of the risk in the. In this one, we wanted to split the risk between option 1 and option 2, but right now, due to the fact that the news came out bullish for the dollar, I would recommend to not go into to option 2 here, and I would just literally wait for it to play out right now. Do you think Forex Factory is a good news place to look at? I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I personally prefer the investing.com economic calendar. I will share it with you guys right now. I think it's completely fine, but just take that in consideration. Due to the fact that it's like real time, you do not have to click refresh when you look at the Forex Factory, for example. On Forex Factory, you need to constantly press refresh. I do not personally like that here. Let's see what else we have besides GJ right now, because this flipped the table for sure. Let's have a look here. US dollar Japanese yen. Dennis says, Lorenzo, check live squawk. Live squawk. Let's see what it means. Live squawk, you said? What is live squawk? Thank you. Never heard about it. Be the first to the news, get ahead of the street. Okay, thank you, my friend. We will add this in. We will add this in. Maybe good for the live streams. Thank you. That could be right here. Yeah, so the dollar took it out. Again, we knew about the news, but somehow my brain didn't click for me that okay, maybe the news will take out the equal highs here. So that's my mistake here, and that had a massive impact on the impact of the GJ trade as well. So yeah, regardless, we're gonna sit this one out, and we're gonna look for the continuation of the dollar, and this is great because there is now definitely more upside potential here. I think that there is a chance that if we come back down and retrace, the first thing we can start thinking about is the continuation of the dollar here. So now this has been done. We can take it down to the 30-minute. 50-minute right here. So this is the next important zone. Take consideration. Let's see if we can come back down. We are coming down a little bit. Dollar is trying to push it down here after the expansion. The question is how low do we go? Based on that, we can think and decide, okay, this is the moment to look for the entry. And this will then influence, of course, the US dollar Japanese yen, US dollar Canadian dollar, like all the other pairs as well here. Yeah, made a lower low, yes. Yeah, completely made a personal mistake here on the dollar news. Lorenzo, you passed the FTMO challenge. Now, this was just an example, but yes. Ryan says today is not my day. It can happen, man. We all make mistakes, man. It can happen. If you have not a good day today, then take a little break and come back tomorrow. That's it. Stop trading and come back tomorrow here. GU looks good. We broke lows and liquidity above. Okay, yeah. Wow, this looks fantastic, guys. So we have the Australian dollar. Maybe if the dollar comes down, we have a chance to come down a little bit with GJ still. As we set our stop loss relatively at our risk relatively low, stop loss relatively wide. So there is a chance here that we will survive it. Let's see what we have. We have this high, this low. Coming down to the 50 right here. Tap into that zone. There we go. Ryan says, emotions are the hardest part of trading. I've been doing this for 3 years, 20 years old, so I'm not stressing, but I really understand the markets. I can have a move every day for a 1 to 3 hour. I can do it, but then the emotions come into play. And what I should have been a win is a loss because something I chose to do. Yeah, man, this is part of the game. Emotions are sometimes super important. So the best advice that I can give you, if you feel a lot of emotions, is just to put your mind on only 1 or 2 trades. You know, I set my limit. I take 2 trades a day and that's it. I'm not going to trade more than that. With that mindset, you never can be that upset because you do not keep trading and trading and trading, losing more and more and more. Stick to 1 or 2. You know, I'm going to risk 1% today. If you lose it, you lose it. It's like you go to the casino, right? And you say, okay, I'm at the casino right now. I'm going to bring $500 or $100, whatever. And if I lose it, I lose it. I don't really care. Okay? Of course, you should care. You should be trading the right things, but it's the same mindset here. Know what you can afford to lose that particular day, because it's still probability. That's my personal suggestion to you right now. Okay, dollar came down a little bit, is right now in that zone. The question is, are we going to come down again? So this zone has been taken out. Equal highs have been taken out. We have now that imbalance above here. Question is, are we going to break these lows? Are we going to come down, retrace before we continue up? And coming back further, that's the question here. Or are we just going to keep mooning right now to the upside? Coming back on the higher time frame towards the 104.3. We're going to find out soon. I'm going to put an alert here in regards to the trade setups, for example, for GU. We have GU, AU. AU is looking good. GU is looking decent as well. And what about the euro? Euro is looking... Yeah, similar. We have a couple of setups, guys. We have a couple of setups right now. Okay, this is looking not bad at all. So we have the break structure to the upside here. We have to change character down, so we broke the lows immediately. So we took out the liquidity there, reversed immediately, came down aggressively here. What are the lows that can be taken? Let me see. Okay, if the dollar decides to move up further, then this is definitely the potential that we can take consideration. Somewhat in that matter, taking profits along the way, and see from there here. Dollar is coming down. There we go. Dollar making moves right now. Are you still in GJ? Yes, I'm still in GJ. I'm gonna let it run regardless. I went in with like 0.25%, so not that much. But yeah, I'm gonna let it run right now, and I'm gonna, you know, see where it ends. Maybe can close at least a little bit lower and see from there. Especially when the dollar comes down here right now in the retest, that could be the moment for GJ to come down a little bit as well. But that's why there's still more potential to more downside here. More news came out indeed. The home sales were negative. I'm not sure. I'm curious to what the reaction is. It's not as aggressive as we saw with the PMI. MCM says, I encourage you guys to close GJ short positions and re-enter when it touches that high. Could be interesting indeed. I think you make a good point here. I think right now at the moment though, because the dollar is coming down, I think the basket can come back up a little bit. And I think therefore there is a little bit more room. Angela, my man, thank you so much, brother. What is your take on the Canadian dollar? So I think that the Canadian dollar is relatively weak. From a fundamental standpoint right now. I know institutions are heavily short on the Canadian dollar right now. Around 70% short. Retail investors are actually long. Short on the USD cut. Institutions are long on the US dollar. Short on the Canadian dollar. So there's a contradiction there. The interest rate is roughly 4%, so it's lower. It's relatively lower than some other currencies at the moment, especially the US dollar. It has a pretty significant unemployment rate. So the unemployment rate is pretty high. The inflation is pretty high. And the GDP growth is 0. Okay. So with that, we're taking that in consideration. So the GDP growth is 2.9%. 0.7%, sorry. 0.7%. You have to take that in consideration. So overall, I think that the Canadian dollar is relatively weak at the moment. Definitely weaker than the dollar itself. So I'm encouraging, you know, US dollar, Canadian dollar buys here. Regardless of the outcome of the dollar right now. And that news we just had. Where to check long shorts? You can look at my FX book. You can look at the sentiment right there. Do you journal your trades? Yes. Okay, let's see where the dollar can potentially bounce from. We have that. We have this reaction. Okay, dollar coming down here. Decent reaction. Are you going to long the dollar? I want to see a bounce from this zone first. We have created a significant high. So with that retracement, with that potential continuation, I would say yes. And then we can look at trades like the EURUSD, GU, and so on. For example, the euro is interesting here. But it all depends right now on the dollar and where we actually bounce from here. So we're going to see how we react. If the dollar creates a lower low, then of course not. We have to wait and see what we can do now. Look at this overall range for the dollar today. Like if you guys see today, we've been literally ranging all day. We had some spikes, and the moment we came up, we came down again. So we have to wait and see here. Nothing to... we really need our confirmation right now. GJ is heading towards our stop loss, I think. Let's have a look here. Gotta look for a new trade. Lost 0.25% or almost 0.25%. We're almost there. We still have one more zone, but I think that's gonna. I think we're gonna create new highs as far as what we're seeing right now. Our stop loss is about that high. So yeah, we're gonna find out soon here. This was completely my mistake here. Made a mistake today. You're gonna see the good sides, the bad side. This is one of the unfortunate sides. Not all the profits that we made, all the positive trades. Sometimes I made a mistake that I could have prevented by understanding, of course, that the news with the dollar can take out the equal highs. And if that equalizer is taken out, of course, this will push the Japanese yen down because there is a negative correlation between the yen and the dollar. And based on that, I would have not taken the trade. But it is what it is. You take the wins and the losses with me here. Can I know your opinion on gold for a potential swing trade? Because it has been bearish since the 2nd of February. And now it has stopped going down. Yeah, so gold is right now... this is actually very interesting. I could share a video with you guys where they talk about a super cycle for gold. And the reason why is because of potentially upcoming recession, of course. The fear in the market. People trying to accumulate as much gold as possible. China has a big influence in that. A big influence in the gold price as well. So that's why we're seeing right now starting to see a decoupling between the dollar and gold at this particular moment. And it will probably be even stronger very soon here. Usually a very equal correlation. Dollar up, gold down. Gold up, dollar down. Right now, that's not the case. Okay, GU came up. Dollar is now in that first zone. No signs of a bounce yet. So we need to wait for the bounce first. Based on the bounce, we can find our new trade setup. Equal highs are taken out. This zone has never been mitigated as well, guys. This is, by the way, an interesting zone. Has not been mitigated as well. The 103.9. I didn't know that GJ goes up. Goes like... up at like according to the dollar index. Yes, correct. There's a strong correlation. The dollar and the yen are opposites. So almost opposites of each other here. Okay? If the dollar goes up, yen goes down. Due to the fact that the yen is, you know, I can talk about it, but it has to do with the government bonds, the treasury bonds. So there is a strong negative correlation. That means that if the dollar goes up, GJ will also pump usually a little bit as well, because the yen is the dominating pair within the British pound against the Japanese yen here. I hope that answers your question here. Okay, first bounce coming into play right now on the dollar here. Number one. There we go. EURUSD is holding in that zone. Dollar starting to bounce from this particular range. This is a 2-minute zone. 2-minute candle right there. Some demand is coming in here. What's the next target here? Let's have a look. Let's have a look at GU. We have EU as well. GU is right there. GU took out the highs and reverses right now downside. We need to create a lower low for GU here. And then EU is already coming down, giving us a new potential entry point. All right, that's GU. Let's EU is right there. Taking it back to these to the lows here. Dollar holding, dollar bouncing good. Came back to the zone. This is also the point of control, I think, of this whole range. The area where the most volume has been traded. We have created internally that lower low on the euro right now. Okay. What's happening with our GJ trade? Are we stopped out already? Not yet. Look at the reaction. Let's remove option 2, by the way. It was our first initial reaction here. Wow, we tapped into that high. Stop loss was above that high. Look at that reaction here. We're gonna let it run regardless. We're gonna let it run regardless here. 0.25%. James says, say you want to draw a Fibonacci to try and find a possible retracement point, for instance, for gold right now on the 3-minute time frame. Do you draw the tool from the top to bottom or from bottom to the top? So gold right now on the 3-minute time frame. Okay, I'm gonna show you right now. So gold 3-minute time frame. You need to understand the structure here. Okay. So what we have created was a higher high. We actually broke the highs here. All right, broke the lows, broke the highs right there. And we actually, yeah, created a high. We took out the lows first, then we created our high. So right now it's still long. Okay, from low to high. Due to the fact that we are still in bullish momentum right here, okay? Unless we break this low, okay? It's a different story. For now, we have this area, we have this zone. Tapped into the 70.5% and now it went up from there, okay? So this is the way you can look at your setup. You see on the 2 minute was a nice zone as well. We tapped into that zone and that's how you draw it. If it's a lower low, so let's say you create a lower low right now and it breaks this low, then it's the other way around, okay? So in your scenario, when it's just a lower low, so let's say you come back down here, then it's swing high to swing low. And then you can look for the pullback and a continuation, okay? So it all depends on what you prefer here. It all depends on the structure of the market. So you never have to worry about it ever again here. Okay, EU is coming up. Waiting for that reaction. Could you show your Fibonacci settings? We have in the link in the description you can find a screenshot. Based on that you can find the information there. I made a screenshot for you guys with the information. EU came down to that zone. I wanted to come back up a little bit more. Dollar's looking good right now. GJ is coming down. Wow. GJ is actually coming down right now. We have not created a lower low yet. Actually, we did. We swiped below it. We have not closed below yet. So, wow, that's interesting. Higher high. If we can close below that, then we have... yeah, we got lucky a little bit here. We got a little bit lucky then. Let's see. We're not there yet. But that's why. This is a good example for you guys. Sometimes when I make a mistake, it's a good example. We're not there yet, right? We can easily, you know, get hit. But just for a clarification. Stop loss goes, you know, with this strategy, option number 1, above these previous zones, which could be quite important too. Alright, so you can always have it's kind of a security layer, okay? That you can take consideration. Regardless, we're gonna let it run. We can still come up, but yeah. That was GJ. I think Euro can come back up a little bit, push up. What I do not like right now when I'm seeing this is these wicks that you see here. Showing that definitely an increasing strength as well for the Euro. But this is definitely something that we want to wait for right now. Due to the fact that these wicks can indicate more strength right now. Same for the dollar right here. Can I enter GJ? It's up to you. Personally, I would not do that. I would wait. Check Australian dollar, Canadian dollar. Then it says, if you do not learn from your failures, from your mistakes, you're destined for failure. Well said, my friend. Absolutely. Yeah, if you took option 2, for GJ, we would have been in profit indeed. We would have been in profit here. Already. If you took option 2 instead of option 1. But then I would probably, I'm not sure if I actually would have taken a trade. Due to the news of the PMI with the dollar. And that reaction in first place. So, yeah, it's a little bit 50-50 if we would actually taken the trade here. But regardless. Correlation with dollar index with USD is positive or negative? Usually it's negative. Usually it's negative here. Where do I sign up to see your London session? Discord. You can join the Discord. We have a fantastic community. We're reaching almost, guys, the 7,000. The 7,000 members in our community. If we can reach that today, we're gonna do a fantastic giveaway. All right? If we can reach the 7,000 members in our community, that is worth a big party here. Okay? 20 more people. Totally possible here. If you want to join, our link's in the description. You can find more information there. All right? We have the weekly analysis. Everything is shared in here. The weekly analysis here. Setups. What I do, what kind of trades I take, why I take them. Everything is in there. Okay? This is our session. This is how usually my setup looks like when I'm not live. The information, the reason for these trades as well. These were mentioned in the weekly analysis. Okay? The GJ trade here. You can find more information there. Then we have our V2 live trading. Where we trade in the Discord community as well here. So, yeah. 7,000 members. I'm going to do a giveaway. Where's the TPA for GJ? Yeah, same old. We're gonna let it run regardless. We're gonna let it run. Kind of lucky here today, so far. Anyone here in the V2 take that EU trade? I think so. I think a lot of guys took the trade here in the EU. This was very lucky, yes. Yes. Definitely because we made a mistake. We know what our mistake was. From my side at least. And the funny part, we analyzed it well. We understood what's going to happen. But for some reason it didn't click here. But hey, it's everyone can make some mistakes here. Okay, let's see. GU. Alright, US dollar, Japanese yen. The dollar is not looking particularly strong at the moment here. So I will try to avoid particular sell-offs right now. In regards to the dollar. And this is also the reason why I let my GJ trade run right now. The same reason. Persia says, learned to use indices more because of you. They help really good. Thank you, my friend. I think it's amazing. Matthew says, if I didn't see the dollar drop, I would have panicked and closed GJ. Yes, correct. That's the reason why. Is it possible that you can give our Forex or your Forex watch list? Yes. So I'll share the link right now. Here we go. Wow, look at that, guys. Back at our entry. Okay, I'm gonna take a drink real quick. I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes. Okay. Wow. So yes, backcourt our entry. It's actually quite incredible how this was not stopped out here. But hey, sometimes, you know, it happens. We could close our position right now potentially, and then look for a better entry, which could be the case here as long as the dollar would drop here. But overall, we have this zone. Let's zoom in a little bit. I think there's a big chance that we can still come up all the way here. So yeah, let's. I'm gonna keep it running, but I do not recommend you guys to do this. Usually, close your position. If you are still in, close your position and break even, and look for a better entry here. We already we made a decent amount of money today. Yeah, it's just for fun here. Euro coming up. US dollar, Japanese yen coming down. Dollar coming down. Looking weaker right now. Check gold. We can have a look at gold indeed. Two more guys. Two more people in our community for the giveaway. Amazing. You know what we're gonna do, right? We're gonna give away something nice here. I still need to think about exactly what. But hey. Let's see what we can do. There we go, boom. Ladies and gentlemen. 7,000 members in our Discord. Since I started 7 months ago. That means 1,000 people per month joined our beautiful community here. The last 7 months here. I think that's absolutely amazing. Thank you. We're building something beautiful. I made tons and tons of new friends in our community. I talk with them on a daily basis. I learn from them. I learn with them. We have, yeah, thank you so much, man. I really, really appreciate it. We're going to do a giveaway. Before we continue here, my greatest gratitude to everyone in the community. The support, the positive energy, the bonding, you know, the willingness for you guys to learn, also to become better. And doesn't matter where you come from, you know, black, white, woman, man, tall, short, Muslim, Christian. It's all good. It's all the same thing here. Let's see what we can do now. All right, what should we give away? We're gonna do a giveaway right now. What do you need to do? You need to be in my Discord, of course. What do we have here? Giveaway session with Gigi. All right, $20,000 my Forex Funds package. 7,000 people, right? Plus a private session with moi. Let me help you out. All right? Let me help you out here. Let's go on a session with me. 1 hour. Let's have some talk. Let's have a conversation. Let's see what we can do to improve your trade. To really nail down your strategy or your strategy, your risk management. Use that hour to ask me anything you want here. Anything you want. One-on-one. To help you out here. Okay? Including the package. And then you can always message me as well. How we can pass this challenge. How we can get it sorted. How you can make sure that you pass your challenge. In that conversation. And what the approach could be. Using your strategy and stuff. I think that's a good idea. Let me know. Let me know. If you guys are interested, let's press a 1 in the chat. Let's do that. And smash that like button, guys. Come on. That would be absolutely fantastic here. So $20,000 package plus a one-on-one session with me. And of course, you know, we can stay in touch. We can actually help you pass the challenge here. Let's do that. Okay. Amazing, amazing, guys. So what I'm gonna do, yeah, the same thing, guys, the same thing. I think it's the best way to do it. It's just an equal share. Place a comment and a like under my last video on Instagram. All right, last video on Instagram. Like, a comment, and follow me on Instagram on my new account. And we're gonna give away our package here. So links in the description. And we're gonna start in a couple minutes here. Okay, dollar reversing. Of course, again. So $20,000 package plus a one-on-one session with me. Let's see how we can pass your challenge. 7,000 members, wow. Incredible. How do we enter the giveaway? Follow me on Instagram. Place a like and a comment under my last video, and then I randomly pick a comment, so it's fair. Okay? Equal for everyone. I think this is the best way to do it here. We're gonna do a quiz again. Another time. We're gonna do a quiz. Okay? You're gonna love it. We're gonna do a quiz soon. The actual live quiz, guys. Let me prepare this for tomorrow's stream. Tomorrow, yeah. Tomorrow we're gonna do a quiz. A live quiz. Okay? We can do something else as well tomorrow. Your IG link is not working. Okay, it's Lorenzo Corrado FX. Alright, not Lorenzo Corrado. That's my private account, Lorenzo Corrado FX. G says, question Lorenzo. When price comes into my point of interest, higher time frame, 1 hour. What would you say is the one factor that could most likely decrease my stop being hit on the 1 minute? When you enter on the lower time frame, do you wait for an MS or a break of structure? So, the number one thing that comes in my mind straight away is by understanding which pair you're talking about. So if you talk about the US dollar against the Canadian dollar, I want you to look at the dollar index, the DXY chart, and to see what the dollar is doing on the 1 minute. If the dollar has potential to reach that zone, that 1 minute point of interest, or that 5 minute, or that whatever, depending on the time frame that you trade, you can start looking and comparing both charts to see if the US CAD is following the dollar index in a way where it's correlating well, and this can help you out tremendously. So my number one advice would be understand the correlation. I actually made a video about correlation. That's posted on my YouTube channel right now. You can find it there where I explain the correlation, how it works, how you can use it in your advantage when there are multiple areas of supply or demand on these charts here. So for example, for the dollar index, you have the USD CAD, the US dollar, Japanese yen, but also negative correlation with the Euro USD, Australian dollar, US dollar, British pound, US dollar, gold sometimes, depending. And also a positive correlation with GJ, right? Because there is a negative correlation with the Japanese yen basket. So my number one advice would be focus on the correlation the moment it hits your point of interest. All right, let's see if we can get one more trade, guys. This is what we want to do here. Let's get one more trade right now. Let's see what we can do. All day was positive, except the GJ trade. Okay. So we are net profit from today's session with the V2 guys as well. However, I want to get one more trade going. We're going to reset our brain. We're going to look at the right structures right now of the dollar. The dollar is definitely turning around here. It's definitely bearish at the moment. We're seeing this rejection. We took out what we wanted to take out, which was these equal highs, the triple highs here. We saw these triple highs getting built up. All right, this was clear for the beginning that they wanted to take this out. These lows were already taken out earlier. Equal lows right there. Okay. Super important. Now we created that higher high. We broke structure to the upside, followed by an immediate reversal. Okay, to the downside right here. So we had that break. We had that change of character right now. So we are reversing. The dollar is completely reversing at the moment. So this is what you want to see. The structure has been broken. We're coming down for that wick. We created not just this low. We took out multiple lows right here. So this means that right now, this area on the 5 minute... could be the 10 minute even. This is going to be a strong zone. Okay, so any pullback is definitely worth the trade right now. Looking for the continuation to the downside. We have taken out multiple lows right here. So I think this could be the moment for us to look for any setup that's related to that particular trade here. Is Awana good for trading on TradingView? Yes. Awana is good for trading on TradingView here. It's okay. It's better than I expected. I had to get used to it a little bit because I was so used to MetaTrader. But, you know, I still use MetaTrader 90% of the time. It's just for the YouTube live streams right now that I use, that I do this. Today, guys, look at the dollar today. Look at the dollar. This is where we opened today. Okay? We went bullish and we started to come up, come down, consolidate, come up, come down. And now we have broken a significant structure to the downside, to be honest. So this is a clear reaction. We also had this zone right here. We bounced, or we got rejected from this area right there. On the 1 minute, you see that reaction right now. On the 10 minute, you will see the same thing. This is where we can now... I think this is the climax of today's session. I don't think we're going to switch it up. I think we're just going to pull back and looking for the continuation here. On the lower time frame, looking for the continuation down. This is where we can get interested in pairs like EURUSD, GU. And I think this is what we need to end up with today. So one more trade here. Will AI overtake the retail industry? No, I'm not worried about that. It's already doing it. What's happening with GJ? GJ stopped out. Okay. Yeah. Loss. So let me add this in. loss. It actually came to break even. But I wanted to let it run. This was, like I said, I do not recommend this for you guys. But I wanted to leave it running. Due to the fact that the dollar was definitely more bearish. Okay, our total score. 23 wins, 8 losses, 3 break even. Phil says, thank you, Lorenzo, for telling me to go out and break even. Yes, no problem. Good if you guys went out to break even. Thanks, Lorenzo. We'll try it on the demo first. Looks handy. Absolutely. Absolutely. XAU broke a 50-minute bear channel a month ago. Alright, we're gonna come down regardless. Okay, let's do it. We're gonna do the giveaway very soon, guys. We have. Let's see what we have right now. How many comments underneath? Only 1 comment is available. We cannot accept multiple comments. Then you are disqualified. Demin is disqualified. Leticia Novo is disqualified. Matt is disqualified. All right. Who else do we have here? Matt. Guys, I'm scrolling through it right now, man. You have to remove it fast here. Calvin is disqualified. Bruh. Okay, we're gonna find out here. Couple minutes we do our giveaway. That means a $20,000 package for my Forex Funds. Plus a one-on-one session with me. What do you need to do? Follow me on Instagram, Lorenzo Corrado FX. Like and place a comment under the last video. That was our signal here. We're gonna start right now, guys. Are you ready? We're gonna pick a winner right now. Let's do it. All right, we're gonna pick a winner. There we go. Vishal says, bro, I'm from India. Forex trading is being banned. So trying to learn. Good content you have related to Forex trading plus live streaming. Thank you, my friend. Wow, that's actually crazy, by the way. That India is doing that right now. It has to do, I think it had to do with their own currency, right? Something in that manner. I'm not particularly sure what exactly happened here. Okay, congratulations to the winner. Noogie Nook. Alright, Noogie Nook, my friend. Let's have a look. I need to do a little test here. Okay, to see if there is no spam involved here. Okay, let's see if we can find you right now. Let's see where you are, my man. Congratulations, my friend. Yes, I have found you. I have found you. Congratulations, my brother. You won. You won the $20,000 My Forex Funds package and a one-on-one session with me. We're gonna get you funded. We're gonna at least make sure that you pass your challenge. at least trying to get as much information as possible in like 60 minutes, 90 minutes, whatever is needed to help you out, my man. Okay? So send me a message on Instagram with that account. And we're gonna get it sorted, man. Alright? Noogie Nook, my friend. Congratulations. Okay? Let me save you real quick. There we go. Congratulations, my friend. You won. Amazing. All right, let's get back to trading here. We're gonna find a new. We're gonna do multiple giveaways as well. If you do not have Instagram, no problem. We're gonna do more giveaways. It's not only Instagram. We can do other things as well here. It's just easy for, you know, picking comments and stuff to have it fair and equal. All right. So, yeah, if the dollar taps into that zone, what do you want to see? You want to see a reaction, a rejection, of course, by that particular level. We have this 5-minute zone. We have that, or that 5-minute zone underneath. Right here. This particular candle is where I want to go potentially, you know, look for. Coming down and then continuing to the downside right now. After we have taken out all the liquidity to the upside, we tapped into that zone. And now we took out the liquidity underneath. That was built up here. Also taken out. So now it's a matter of retracing. And looking for the continuation here. And based on that, we're going to find our setup. Could even be number 1. US dollar Japanese yen. Okay, number 1. Number 2. EU. There we go. All right, we have one at the equilibrium. And one underneath that that zone here. Okay, 2 zones potentially. If you look at the 10-minute, you can see that this is actually a bigger zone. It all depends on the dollar itself right now. Can also take the 5-minute potentially, taking the lows, and then look for that setup here, depending on what the dollar is going to do here. So based on that, we can potentially look for a trade setup. We can look for the continuation. We have created a break structure, change character, and we broke this structure as well. Important level to break. So overall, I'm not thinking that we will end up being bearish again at this particular moment, due to the fact that we're reaching the London closure as well. So anything in that matter here is interesting what we're looking for right now. Curry says you didn't have to pay this time to pick a winner. Correct, correct. Brian Price says I want to join the V2, but I would like to know if the streams are higher quality than here or the same. I don't know what you're trying to say with that. Higher quality. So I do not really know what you mean, man. Will it be V2 giveaways? Well, we do a lot of stuff in V2 already. We have so much information. So many different things here. Brian Price, more profitable. I do not want people like that in our community. What do you offer in V2? More information is in the Discord. Let me be clear to you, in India, Forex trading is not at all banned or illegal or any of that sort. Government says if you trade Forex or crypto, you are responsible for your own thing. You could not approach SEBI or law authority, so enjoy doing Forex in India and learning and so on and so on. How to join Discord, invite does not work. It should be in the chat. Let me know if that link works. If it doesn't, maybe in the description as well. So our next trade, potentially EU or US dollar Japanese yen. It depends on where we can bounce from here. I like what we're seeing here for the US dollar yen, especially if we align with the dollar coming up in the zone as well. I think we can find a beautiful alignment here. Okay, thank you for sharing about India. India, indeed. Do you offer trade ideas like entry, ETP, and stop loss in V2? Yes, yes. This is what we do. We have a beautiful community where we trade live together in the V2. We're focusing on you know, a little bit of a different strategy. Same. Very similar, but it's a different strategy. And we're trying to help each other out there and, you know, do more and more trades here. But I do not want to have people in my community that only want to come just for the money and that's it. Only want to go for, you know, trades and money, and they don't care about learning, improving. They just want to, you know, take the data here and come in, get out, and want to look at all the data before they make a decision if they would potentially invest $97 lifetime for an SMC video series, for 3 private live streams a week, for 2 coaching events per week. Then it's not worth it for me. And I refund everyone that wants their money back. That's no problem for me. For me, it's for people that really want to learn and improve here. So the dollar is coming up right now. Potentially we can come up a little bit further. Tapping into that zone, potentially coming down. If that's the reaction we have, then we can you know, potentially look at the EUR/USD. And also the US dollar against the Japanese yen here. Is Octa FX regulated? You need to look it up. I have no idea, my friend. I have no idea. Yashank says only true brokers mentioned by the SEBI, only pairs mentioned by them. Otherwise, when you file ITR and they find something fishy, they can put you in jail. Okay, wow. Taxi driver says, I'm a V2 member only for about a week so far, but I love it. Still finding it hard to navigate through Discord. Yeah, I can understand if you never used it before. makes sense too. How many pairs do you trade? That's a good question. I'm very connected to the dollar pairs and the yen pairs. So usually I'm focusing mainly on Forex pairs. The yen or the dollar. So, you know, GJ, EJ, potentially, and then all the dollar pairs, right? So the main ones are the EUR/USD, GU, AU, US dollar, Japanese yen, US dollar, Canadian dollar. Any crypto trade taken today? No, I have not created a crypto, not a crypto trade today. But yesterday I did. Yesterday I bought a coin. Yesterday I bought a coin. Hey Lorenzo, last week you did a analysis of separate currency CPI, interest rate, GDP. Do you have data sheet on this? Yes, I have indeed. I have indeed. And also somebody in the V2 shared this. We can get it back and we can find it for you very soon. Send me a message on Discord. I'll get it sorted. For how long will you be streaming today? As long as necessary. As long as necessary here. We still want to catch a nice trade here. But yeah, just to clarify, the V2 is definitely not for the money. I can guarantee you that. Because the value that we give compared to the price, it's absolutely crazy. Like I spent so many hours in the V2 every single week. Live streaming, events. I created a whole series. So yeah, for that reason, I care about it. It's my baby. All right, and it's getting better and better every single day. So that's why I'm also picky with the people that are in our community, because I want to keep the energy clean. I want to make sure that people are in there with the right intentions, and that's the reason why. Of course, you want to make money. I get this. Yeah, everyone wants to make money. And we're making money. It's just I care about the vibe. Are you just scalping or do you swing too? I do swing as well. Okay, two potential trade setups. EURUSD, long. Or US dollar Japanese yen short here. So one of these are potentially our position. The reason why, the yen short, we broke the structure to the downside. We created a beautiful reaction. This was the last low. If you draw the Fibonacci from swing low to swing high to swing low. We came back to the 70.5, 79%. So we have that zone above. And we can take it down towards a bunch of liquidity that's built up underneath as well. That we are right now taking out right here. So I think that's definitely something to take to look out for. And I think this is definitely worth a potential trade. Stop loss can be underneath that high. And then the EURUSD is very similar. But this depends on the dollar, of course, straight away as well. US dollar Japanese yen made a new low. Is it still viable when compared to the dollar index? Yes. It's still it's actually perfect here. There's a lot of content. I love this channel. I pay 40 a month for another channel and we do Zooms most mornings. Then I came across Lorenzo and I was like, wow. Amazing, amazing. You think the dollar will make a new low? I think it's definitely possible right now. Yeah, we broke structure significantly right now. So it's not that what we saw here. Okay. Even this got respected. So let's say you were up. You created a break structure to the upside here. You then broke structure to the downside from there. So we broke structure to the upside, changed character to the downside. We were building liquidity on both sides. We tapped into that zone and then we came down. So this is very well respected. We're seeing the same thing happening here. Where we took out the high of this whole zone and we immediately reversed down. So I think this particular zone right now is a very strong zone. I think this is definitely gonna be very hard to break. Why? This high particularly could be this one as well. But one of these highs here took out these lows and these lows right now after taking out massive amounts of liquidity. So all the liquidity has already been taken out. So there is no need for them right now to be there. So I think we're going to see the continuation to the downside for the dollar. So any small pullback is for us a direct trade for, you know, EU, AU, GU, US dollar, Japanese yen, depending on which one seems the best here. Okay. Lorenzo, how can I join your V2 community? In Discord. You can find more information there. Are you Italian? My father. My father is Italian. Okay, check the US30. Yeah, we can check it out. But yeah, we're gonna trade for sure either EURUSD or US dollar Japanese yen. So US30, let's have a look here. All right, we came down, we came up, retracing back into the hour here. This was the last high, this was the low. We came back to the equilibrium. Look at that equilibrium, how perfect that actually is. It came back, it got rejected by at the equilibrium, the 50%. Okay. And from that, we just, you know, literally came down all the way here. So this is not from any particular zone, this is just from the Fibonacci. Then looking at what we're seeing right now on the 4 hour is more downside potential due to the fact that we had that massive sweep to the upside. So let's highlight this first. Massive reversal. Equilibrium. Lower low. Coming back to the 1 hour. New swing. Again, the 50 is right there. Does it align with the setup? Potentially, yes, on the 2 hour. On the 30 minute. We tapped into that zone already once. So that's number one. That's the main zone you should look at. Some of these particular levels, there's one above, which is between the 70.5 and the 79% on the 1 hour. These particularly two zones here. Taking it down potentially, coming back up, taking it down towards these areas, depending if you're going to come up here, potentially coming down further. Targeting. These lows here. Any particular retracement, pullback coming down towards the 33,180. Somewhat in that sense here. Coming down. You can confirm that with the VIX. And the VIX is definitely looking strong. Very strong. On the daily right now you can see clearly that we are breaking out to the upside. A lot of volume. That means that any pullback right here, any retracement, will immediately cause, for example, the US30 coming down. We're tapping into this zone on the 2 hour or 3 hour chart. Tapping into this level. And continue to the upside. US30 will come down here. Okay? So that's the analysis for the US30. Definitely short bias. Based on the data we have on the 30 minute a new zone. Which is at the 33,563. Ironman Trading says, I'm king of US30. Nice, man. Lorenzo, can you explain the difference between the fair value gap and OB? A fair value gap is the imbalance in the market. So a fair value gap is the difference between candle 1 and candle 3. Okay, so you have, for example, the wick of candle 1 connecting with the wick of candle 3, usually. When it not happens, there is a gap. That gap is what we call the imbalance, the fair value gap. An order block could be an institutional buy or sell zone based on the metrics in which you can spot them. So it's a completely different. It's completely different than a fair value gap here. Okay. Okay, dollar right now coming back up finally, reaching that zone. We broke the lows. We're finally coming back up into that zone, reaching this potential point of interest for the dollar. The dollar index, that in combination with the EUR/USD, coming down, reaching potentially an area of demand. We are right now synchronizing. It is aligning here, so I do like this. It's the first, you know, positive thing that we see right now. The euro is coming down a little bit more than the dollar is coming up, so we have to take that in consideration. If you look at the dollar yen, there is a little bit more room. Okay, so both is nice. We have this on only 10 minutes. We can take it back to the high, stop loss above these highs here. Taking it back here potentially on the lower time frame. We see that we broke structure. Coming in that zone here. So US30 is definitely worth shorting. I definitely see downside potential here. Especially if the yeah, we took out all the liquidity above here. We came down, we created low, we came back up. Yeah. We have all these equal lows underneath as well. We have so much more liquidity to be taken out underneath as well here. We have zones here. Number 1. Number 2. There is just there is a big reason for the US30 to go down here. So especially with the structure we have right now. And the VIX is telling us exactly the opposite, right? So that's the good part here. The VIX right now, the volatility index is showing a lot of strength. It's breaking highs. It's coming up here. Overall, it's really fantastic. It's really just a beautiful high. Higher high, higher low, continuation to the upside, break structure. Taking out a massive high right now. So yeah, bearish on the indices here. How often and what time are you live in sessions in V2? Monday, New York Open. Tuesday, London Open. Wednesday, London Open. Thursday, London Open. Friday, New York Open. Okay, dollar coming up. Dollar creeping up towards that zone, guys. We're coming closer. Today we had three wins over the whole day. 3 wins. 1 break even, 1 loss. My man, MT4 Trades, thank you, my friend. This goes straight to the giveaway. Appreciate you, thank you. Any pullback? That's the entry we're looking for here. Pullback continuation to the downside for the dollar, especially if you cannot break any highs here. Then you know, it's clear direction. There goes the music. What's happening? New entry on GJ. I need to see here what we have right now. Let me put the new music on. That small zone here. So for example, we have this zone right here. There we go, there we go. Am I still live, guys? Am I still live? Everything working? Let's have a look, let's have a look. What's happening, what's happening, what's happening? I think we're still good, right? We're still good. Okay, for example, my browser is not working for some reason. I don't know why. Let me see what's going on here. There we go. Oh, good. Okay, fantastic. Thank you, guys. So, looking for the next trade. So, dollar index has been breaking structure, has swept a lot of liquidity to the upside during the news. Then after the second news, we started reversing, coming down. I think a lot of people got induced to potentially go long right now. All right, this is another reason. For example, when we go up, we had that massive news. We took out and shaken out like massive amount of people. A lot of stop losses were here. These stop losses were taken out. We tapped into this zone and we reversed. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friend. Much love. Much love. So we reversed. We came back up right now. Let's say people are actually trapped here. Let's say, for example, that people are right now trapped, right? People that went long here, they FOMO'd in. They are still in their position, let's say, and they see price coming back up again to their entry. Usually what you expect is that they go and close their position on break even or get out, right? So based on that, could be another reason why there is a lot of short pressure coming, due to the fact that we also have created many lows, which this high has been taken out. So with that in mind, I like what we're seeing now for the dollar at the moment. I do think that there is a lot of potential right now for the dollar to continue down, to pull back, continue down, and therefore look at potential setups. You know, the US dollar Japanese yen I like a lot, due to the, you know, the Japanese yen in general, I can better say. And then of course we have the euro against the US dollar. We just need to see where the dollar can actually land here, and what's the right entry. But the dollar needs to come to that zone first right here. Okay, we have the 10-minute zone. That's zone number 1. And then we have zone number 2 within that zone, which is still reliable here. So one of these zones right there. MT4 Trade says, yo, you're a really good trader, but one thing I don't like, I messaged you on Instagram, but you did not reply to me. Oh, sorry, my friend. I get a lot of messages right now. I'll try to read all the messages, man. Thank you, though. Okay, dollar needs to come up. That's going to be our confirmation right now, guys. So, guys, let me ask you a question right now in the chat. I would love to hear some information here. Like, what is the risk to reward that you usually go for? What is your usual aim when you take a trade? Is the 1-to-1? Is the 3-to-1? A 5-to-1? Of course. Different strategies. Let me know what you're looking for. All right, let's see what we have. We have the Ballot says 1 to 2. Thomas says 1 to 3. Emmett says 1 to 2 or 3. 1 to 4, 2, 3, 5, 3, 3, 2. I see barely people actually trading 1 to 1s here. 1 to 1, 1 to 3. 3 to 1, 1 to 3, 1 to 10. 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 2, 1 to 2, okay. Okay, I see, guys. Many of you guys are actually trading more the, you know, the 1 to 3. The average between the 1 to 1 and 1 to 5 here. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're gonna find out soon here. So we see what the reaction will be here. Thank you, my man. Thank you, man. Everything goes to giveaways, guys. So I do not keep anything. I do not put anything in my own pocket here. But thank you, I appreciate that. Lorenzo, why don't you consider to short the USD? Due to the fact that the dollar right now is showing negative or bearish structures here. And because there is an inverted correlation between the dollar and the euro, US dollar, I'd rather be patient and wait for the euro here to react. Potentially looking for a buy for the euro if we see that rejection here on the dollar actually coming into play here. We have a couple of zones we need to take and we need to take in consideration. I think this is the most important here. But the dollar is still bullish structure on the lower time frame right now. We have created internally some very, you know, bearish structures right now. So we just need to see exactly and wait for the reaction here, and wait for that reaction in general at this particular zone. Arobi says 1 to 50. My man, if you can do that, fantastic. Another thing that you can take consideration right now with the dollar. Yes, we are bouncing from an area of demand here, which is an important zone. But we have these lows here, have not been taken out, these lows yet. I think there are more reasons for it to reverse. We just need to wait for the reaction and see how it reacts so far. So far, first touch. First touch is looking decent. We have the dollar yen, Australian dollar, US dollar. Which one is this? GU came down. GU broke this low. All right, that's very interesting here. What's the New Zealand dollar doing? New Zealand dollar is looking... there we go. New Zealand dollar came down significantly here. It finally tapped into one of these zones. This is looking like our scalping strategy, guys. This is what we usually trade like this. We enter right above, and you take it at least up, especially if the dollar gets rejected right now underneath that zone. That's definitely something that we usually take in consideration, especially when you look at that particular setup right there. So this is something that you can use. What sort of reaction is favorable and do you look for when approaching a zone? Well, what we're seeing right now is actually very interesting here. We're seeing the dollar at this particular moment holding underneath. We just want to take it right now to the 1 minute. And you want to start looking for that last low. If you break that low, that usually triggers my confirmation. And with that, I am more interested in trading, you know, potentially the counter pair, if this is the case here. So we're gonna find out very soon how we react. Lorenzo, don't you think it's time to go bearish on GU 1 hour time frame? I think that you could have a look at it, but as long as the dollar is coming down, GU will have a very hard time with the coming down as well. I think this is very, very important to take consideration here. So we have a couple of setups we're looking for. New Zealand dollar is also a realistic potential setup that we can take consideration here. Dollar needs to break this low. That's the moment when we get triggered into new positions, when we can start looking for the Euro USD, New Zealand dollar, US dollar, Japanese yen, or something in that manner here. Ironman says up 450 points in US30 sell. Nayland says please check AJ. We can check EJ as well indeed. We can do that. I'm gonna switch to my swing trade account real quick. Give me 1 second, guys. I switched to another account. Okay. Okay, I see already. Okay, never mind. Let me fix this real quick, and then we start waiting for the dollar to break the low, and then we can execute our potential setup here. Okay, the one on our radar right now is US dollar, New Zealand dollar could right now be very, very interesting. And the reason why I'm saying that is because of the fact that if you look at it, we actually bounced from a very clean area of demand. At the same time, the dollar is right now potentially coming down here. So let's see what we can do here. We have that zone. So we have that zone here. Any retracement right there, any closure for the dollar underneath is potentially an interesting trade here to take up. We have all that imbalance there. Just want to make sure that you put your stop loss underneath that zone. At the same time, we have an area of demand right here as well. So there are a couple of interesting zones that you can take consideration here. That I do like right now, looking at this particular chart. Just want to make sure that the dollar closes at least underneath for a 5 minute candle here. We have 2 minutes to go. There we go. 2 more minutes and we're coming up right now. We need to close underneath that level. The other one is in the EUR/USD. We can look at the EUR/USD as well. Where is it? Euro Canadian dollar. So the euro right now is actually coming down a little bit. It actually got rejected right here. This is important to take consideration when looking at the euro as well. The euro got rejected right now. The euro index got rejected here. Okay. So, yeah, okay. We have to take that in consideration. So I think by right now, if you look at the dollar itself, the dollar first of all needs to close below. If the dollar doesn't close below, then there is no need for us to look at any, you know, particular setup here that's related to the dollar. So the dollar needs to break below that zone and close below that zone here. Your zone is close to the pivot point. Yeah, we have these equal lows underneath though. I want to see these lows getting taken out here. So that's the most important zone to take consideration. It's the dollar actually closing below, like we're trying to do here. So we're gonna find out very soon if the New Zealand dollar is potentially a setup that we can take here. Hey Lorenzo, look at the US 100. It's in a 4-hour point of interest, okay? The Rusnak says, sure, retail patterns and trend lines can work on both, but stocks are dependent on corporate actions and Forex is based on general economics on a country basis. Yeah, I think indeed that you have to take this in consideration. And that is indeed the... Yeah, 100%. That is the... Oh, wait, guys. Sorry. Need to focus a little bit. Dollar closed below. Now we're gonna go here. So this is potentially... this could be an interesting one. This is our regular scalping strategy, actually. We tapped into that bounce, into that zone. We want to close above that high. We have that imbalance above there. Their target is actually perfect towards the lows of this particular level. If the dollar keeps going down, it could be an interesting zone. We have been accumulating here for a while. Internally as well, we have created that high here. This was the last significant high. We actually broke on the higher time frame structure to the upside here. So we saw that reaction and now we've seen a pullback and we have not broken that particular low yet. But we need to close above that initial zone here to even start thinking about potentially a setup here. But that could include the dollar coming down, targeting these particular lows before making a final push. We're gonna find out here. Our Eager says GJ long trade potential. Chiang Mai, trade, join limitless fan. Lion says for me, GJ, sell potential. A lot of ranging today. A lot of ranging market here, but this was a clear break. That next zone, of course, here. Euro. Still getting rejected. I think we just should focus on the dollar. I think that makes the most sense here. The dollar and the US dollar, New Zealand dollar against the US dollar here. The lot says DXY is acting crazy today. Yeah, it's definitely wild. It's definitely a wild day today. It's definitely a wild day today. Regardless, there are some there are still some opportunities here. It's just you have to be very you have to definitely wait for your confirmations. Let's see what we have. There we go. What's a popular breakfast in Bali? Good question, my friend. A breakfast? I never eat breakfast, so I don't know. I actually don't know. Breakfast? I don't know. I don't know about breakfast, by the way. Ah, banana pancakes, yes. Banana pancakes, for sure. Boerayam. Also good. That's the rice with the... with milk, correct? Why did you move to Bali? I moved to Bali because of the weather. Because Bali is like an international global hub right now. It's like an international hub. It's full of expats right here. There are like international schools now. It's really getting built. All right. Plus, it's just beautiful. Asia as well. Yeah. For me, that was a big reason. So I actually traveled here for a couple months before. And then I just decided to stay. That's pretty much how it went here. Do you have an easy time communicating with Bali people? Yeah, 100%. Everyone speaks English. Why do you trade with so much low RR? This is scalping. We're scalping at the moment. Due to the market conditions. If we were more in a trending market, I would say, okay, we can go for the high risk reward setups. Right now, we are ranging in the middle. Like we're constantly going up, going down, going up, going down. But this is definitely the moment right now to, in my opinion, look for scalping setups here. Skinny says, Bali was wonderful, was thinking of moving there by myself. That's possible, bro. You can do anything here. Surfing. The only problem sometimes here, all right, is the internet. Overall, streaming is going well right now, but you know, sometimes it's not what it used to be here. All right. Matthew says we did a 4-to-1 EU trade earlier. Yes, we did a 4-to-1 trade before. How many monitors do we have? 2? 2 monitors. So dollar needs to get rejected right now. Dollar needs to come down. All right. So the New Zealand dollar against the US dollar can actually come up here. If not, we have still a little bit more room. A couple of more areas you can go for. One of them is just above, and then a 3-minute zone, or a 5-minute zone right here above as well. So there are a couple more entry points here. Scandinavia agent, are you in Bali right now? Yes. Amin says, can you answer the question, please? Is the strategy used in the same way on stocks, or should we take in consideration other things? You should take in consideration other things. There are a lot, like for stocks, you need to understand. You need way more data. You need way more fundamental data to make a decision, alright? Earning reports. You know, you need to know much more in order to take a decision here if you want to trade stocks. However, I have been trading stocks as well, just purely on technicals, and it has been working, but what I personally do not like are the opening hours. New Zealand dollar interest rate tomorrow, correct? Alright, validated, let's see. Majid says today is not my day. Can happen, my friend. Overall today was pretty good. It's just the New York session today was a little bit was super choppy, but the London session was amazing. But usually it's the other way around. So usually the London session is choppy, and now the New York session is amazing here. This year has been very good. Okay, we're tapping into our zone right now. A second zone right here. That's this particular candle right there. I definitely expect some resistance here as well. And then we have our final high, our final swing, and that's the last zone. Pretty much all the way up to this high, we can start looking for potential setups. We just need to see the reaction, and based on that, make our decision here. Will we stream during the upcoming news? When is that? When is the upcoming news here? The 2-year note for the dollar index. I don't think there is interesting news here. Tomorrow, I think we have some news here again. What kind of news are you talking about? Let me know. Okay, New Zealand dollar broke this low. This GBP news completely destroyed my day. I marked this order block here. This area of supply here right now. This green candle. Alright, we have this bearish, bullish, bearish candle right here. This is something that I look at. This one is also one. This is one. So there is a chance that we can get rejected already at that candle, rather than this one right here. And as far as what we're seeing right now, we're seeing some resistance here. So based on that, we will find our entry here. On let's see, the euro. Okay, euro is still in that zone. Alright, we have one zone, 2 zones right there underneath. This one is the last. There's another zone here. That created the break structure. Okay, we're breaking this zone right now. We're probably bouncing from this area as well. Okay, two zones for the Euro USD. The FOMC is, we have a statement tomorrow. I do not think that we have a speech, we have a statement here. A report, I believe. Now here says look at gold. Let's look at gold, my friend. Let's have a look at gold as well. Okay, we're back in that zone, huh? We're back at that zone. Alright, we're back here. Majid says, I copy your trade to cover my today's loss. Please be careful to get a good trade. I'm always careful, bro. It's not that I changed my... that I'm not careful. I'm always trying to be careful and I always try to look for the right setups. But we can still lose. That's the game. Alright? We have 23 wins, 8 losses and 3 break even here. Alright, dollar is reacting, coming up, reacting, slowly moving. It's just waiting for structures here to break right now. Gold is building a lot of liquidity, guys, to the upside right now. Alright, gold is building that clear trend. Gold is also tapping into that zone, into this particular candle right here. But I think this is also from the higher time frame in general. I think it's this one, this candle right there. Alright, we're gonna try for a couple more minutes. Like, let's say, how long have we been streaming right now? We have been streaming 4. Let's have a look here. Three hours, 45 minutes. We're gonna try at least like 30 minutes. If we can catch the trade here. So overall, yes, overall today, New York session choppy, up and down. You can see it clearly right here. Very, very choppy here. Overall, I still believe that there is chance to come down right now. That we're building just some liquidity left over, like we did here before, with these equal highs and equal lows underneath here. I think it's possible, so therefore we need to wait for, you know, structural breaks, and then based on that we can start looking at the Euro USD and find our setup right there. And I think that's the way to go here. Overall, London session, great. New York session is a little bit on the choppy side here. Difficult session as well. You should give away your Discord V2. Emma, thank you, my friend. See you next time, brother. See you next time. Okay, making that move. Okay, Euro is right now holding in the zone. This is on the 2 minute. Okay. Okay, this could be the last trade of the stream. I usually do not give away the V2. Either a prop firm or, you know, like the magic keys, for example. Or a prop firm challenge. Or a limitless t-shirt. Limitless t-shirt, limitless hoodie. Okay, I have very close on the dollar right now. We are building liquidity to the downside here. If we can break and close below, Euro will come back up. Do the same thing. Couple of zones. We have a zone underneath. We have this zone right here. It's all gonna depend on the dollar breaking any particular lows underneath, and that could potentially help us here. If the dollar breaks that low, then we will potentially have our zone. Then maybe one more retracement that can come into play, and then based on that we can find our entry there. Hey Lorenzo, I haven't received the hoodie I want for 1st of December. Okay, send me a message on Discord, please. I heard there were some issues with the shipping or something like that. There could be that this is part of your shipment. So please send me a message. Fox and Roses says, V2 is cheap. I made my money back after 2 sessions. You should consider monthly payments for it. Seriously. Yeah, we're thinking about it indeed. Because it's just crazy right now. In terms of, you know, yeah, the value we give indeed. But at this particular moment... Yeah, we have to talk with the team here, but potentially, yeah, we could change it anytime. Okay, dollar is reacting here. Euro this is the high, the 106.673. Let's say we break above it when the dollar breaks below it. That could be the right setup here. Dollar needs to close underneath, otherwise we have no trade here. What does it mean if you are in the limitless community? Then it stays free or lifetime. If you're in, you're in. If you're an early bird, then you're an early bird too. My DJ Lorenzo, you earn your first large capital profit by funded account or your own account. Not a funded account, not my own account. Where do you live in Bali? Canggu area. WB says best community I have found. $10% a month keeps the doctor away. I agree, I agree. Thomas says trading is nice. I've exactly half that 600k working my way to that 1 mil. Nice, nice, nice. Do I need to write the email I use on Discord for the V2 membership? You will get an email. With that email, you get an activation code. That activation code you need to fill in Discord to activate your account. Yes, that's important indeed. Can we pay for V2 membership with crypto? Yes. If you message me on Discord or you open a customer support ticket, yes, it's possible. Okay, we're still moving, pushing up a little bit. I think we're tapping into that next zone. Okay, pretty much last zone here. We can take consideration. This is pretty significant high. Because from that moment we came down hard here. We have this zone as well above. But that's it. That's it. If you break that, it's over for today. Then I'm not going to trade anything else here. So it totally depends on where we're going to react from right now. Where did you live in the Netherlands? I was born and raised in Rotterdam. Compared to the other paid channels I follow, your is at the moment the best with so much info and analysis you give. Shame I didn't find you earlier. Bro, we're just gonna get started, my friend. We're just getting started. We're building so much fantastic stuff here in the community. We're really building something amazing here. So, we're getting warmed up, my friend. What's your Discord name, by the way? Let me know. Sometimes I see people on YouTube, but I don't know what their name is on Discord. Light test, my mind. Thank you so much, brother. Leslie says Amsterdam and Maastricht. When do you do your private sessions? Usually around the London session, but also Monday and Friday in New York. When I'm not live on YouTube. Unfortunately, your Discord V2 pass is not working. If it's not working for you, then open a customer support ticket and get it sorted in a couple minutes. Alright, last zone. 5 minutes. Reaching in that zone. We're building a lot of liquidity right now, guys. Do take that in consideration here, okay? We're building a lot of liquidity to the downside right now. Any particular break, structure, whatever, in that sense, is something that you have to take consideration. Then the euro broke, of course, to the zone. So now we need to wait for the last zone. This is the last final low. If you break that low, invalidate it. And that's enough for today then. We traded pretty much Euro USD all day. Made the most money on the Euro USD today. So yeah, that's a good sign in general. Just there goes the last zone. Yeah, I think that's it for that. That's, yeah, exactly. Today was overall a pretty good day, guys, I have to say. Besides then this GJ trade, overall I'm pretty satisfied here. We have Euro USD 250. Euro USD 250, then we have Euro USD 750, 636, so that's 1,600, 200 would 1,800, $58 loss from the Euro USD, yeah, pretty much the break-even trade, and then the loss on GJ, $283, Euro, $300. So overall, really good reaction as a profit still so far. Yeah, hopefully tomorrow's New York session will be a little bit better than today's session. But I do think that we just have to keep moving forward and keep our win rate at 70%. That's what we need to do here. So a little bit around 1,000. Yeah, almost $2,000. This is the last trade we're going to take potentially here. The Euro USD, even if the dollar decides to actually break the lower lows, it's the only setup I'm potentially going to look for. And otherwise, we're going to be back tomorrow. Privately on London or New York. Of course, New York. Tomorrow for sure. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. What lot size are you using? Well, when you trade on TradingView, there is no lot size. You trade in units. So it's the contract size here. So, yeah. But you saw that our GJ trade was only, like, was the lowest. Yeah, was more like a small loss in comparison to the wins we made here. Okay, we have, this is the last zone we have to look out for. How many trades do you take per day on average? It depends. It depends. 3, 4. Depends. So sometimes more, sometimes less. How many pips were those 2K USD? I need to see here. It's over 50 pips for sure. No. It was around 40 pips. I believe. But I'm not sure here. Can you do an analysis with SMC and liquidity? Yeah, we do this all the time, my friend. All the time. We're looking at liquidity all the time. We're looking at structures all the time. Errors of supply, errors of demand. So we're gonna do this more and more and more every single day here. All right, we have this 1 minute zone. But we're coming in a way up, like very slowly, very steady, very slow. That it gives us enough room to actually build a lot of liquidity to the downside, a lot of buy side liquidity for the euro against the dollar here. So this is the only reason why I'm still looking for that setup, and that's the last trade here. Bry says 2 weeks losing here on stream for me. Got a trade by myself. All right, bye. Can you help explaining weak high or low and strong high and low, please? Yes, absolutely. So if you see that high getting taken out here, let's say you have this high and let's say you have this low. You see that this high took out this low, okay? So this low formulated this high, then we reversed, we took out this important low. Because this low was taken out, we can consider this as a relatively strong high. Could also be this one, but this whole swing is the high you're looking for here. Because internally you see that this high took out this low. Alright? So if this low doesn't take out these highs, this is considered a weak low. All right, and that's the way we look for the right setup. So you compare these weak highs to weak lows. This is also the perfect way to look for targets. What do you think about 20 pips challenge from 20 to 52k? Could be interesting. Could be interesting. The Rostek says we go for the good juju here at Limitless. Absolutely, I agree. So it becomes strong low if there is a lower later on. So let's say this low takes now out. Let's go back to the 5 minute. Let's say that this low takes out this high. This is the whole swing, right? So this is the swing low to swing high to swing low here. So if this low right now takes out this high, this can be considered as a stronger low. And based on that, when you then pull back, you can leverage that stronger low, understanding that the structure is strong, had enough buying pressure to take out these highs here to then determine a potential pullback and a continuation here. Okay? Today's loss was because of the news. Yes, sir. Yeah. You know, some people have bad energy, man. Also in the chat, that's just the way it is. This guy, you know, every single time, it was never really positive. Always came to take, not give back. You don't have to give me money, or you don't have to give me anything. Just give me good vibes, good energy. All right? If you ain't give me bad vibes and you only want to take, you can fuck off. At the same time, the statistics speak for themselves as well. Are already live trades on the YouTube live streams posted as a signal on the V2 or all the signals different trades? No, we have private live streams. So these are also live streams but private. Different strategy. I think we should move on from today and focus now on the next day. Don't volatility is enough. Yeah, we're gonna find out here. We're gonna find out if we can break this low. If we do not break this low or break this high, I think it's good for today. Yeah. What's your overall win rate? I need to add this in, by the way, on the total as well. Uh, 104 wins, 37 losses, 26 break even. You can calculate. So 104 wins, 37 losses. This year, 23 wins, 8 losses. Um, 74.2. $74. Same. Pretty much the same thing here. For V2, what's your risk, reward, and win rate? I don't know exactly. Do you believe there are good EAs that can work on a long term? I think so. I think you constantly need to tweak your EAs in general. It depends on the strategy you implement. But if you can become profitable, if you can actually trade a strategy and you can automate this in a way where you think that you can do that, you can program it without the emotions, then I guess why not? I guess that it's definitely possible here. Is it hard to create? I think so. I think it's relatively hard to create here. Alexander says, bro, I moved to Bali with my girlfriend in September. I'm also a full-time trader, so will we have to meet up? Bro, send me a message on Instagram. And for sure. One more question. Do you think your strategy can be coded in an EA? I think it's possible. I think it's definitely possible, yeah. Definitely. All right. So far, the euro is holding in that zone. This is, for example, a stronger low, okay? The fact that we broke structure to the upside, we took it to liquidity, and then we created that higher high. We took out this high here that put in that low, that created a lower low, to then take it out, create this strong low right here. So this is where you can bounce from. Now, at the same time, the dollar is right now in this zone within the 70.5, 79% here. Right there. At the same time, the dollar right now is potentially, you know, getting rejected from this zone. We have been building a lot of liquidity underneath in general right now. So if you break that level and we come back down, that could be the right trigger for us to look at the EUR/USD here. Especially the fact that we are right now in that crucial zone here. Okay? Creating that low, creating that high. Right now building a tremendous amount of liquidity underneath. Above here. And pretty much waiting for that trend to break as well. As the stop loss that are all built up there. Probably going to be taken out potentially when we break that low. After tapping into that area of supply. Then coming back down. Breaking that low, closing underneath. And that could be for me the entry here for the EUR/USD. Leroy says, brother, what's the most preferred time sessions for trading? I like the London session, but at the same time, it depends on the market. The market is always different. You know, sometimes the London session is amazing and the New York session is boring, and sometimes the other way around. So, yeah, it's really hard to say which one I like more. But, yeah, London or New York, both, it depends. Okay, what's New Zealand dollar, US dollar? Yeah, we can have a look at this as well. But I know that the New Zealand dollar created a lower low. Therefore, I want to be careful with the New Zealand dollar. I'm more interested right now in the euro. As what I like to see what I see right now here for the euro, for the EUR/USD here. Potentially going for a nice high. There's some 5 minute, I guess. Dollar is still holding here. It's still holding. If we break below, close below this this low, then we have our entry for the EUR/USD long. $70.5, 79%. This is where we're at right now. The final moment, the moment of truth here. Even I got lost today. Still happy to get knowledge from you. Part of the game. We cannot win every trade. People that are like live streamers, that are live trading and telling you that they win every trade, it's not possible, in my opinion. It's not possible. This game is a hard game. You have to understand that live trading and live streaming and then being aware of a lot of different things. It's trading is one thing. Trading and then actually explaining what you think and do at the same time is another thing. People have to understand this sometimes. But the fact that we still make profit, that's what makes it so amazing. If you are in a buy, use 30. Would you close it or wait it to break? I would close it. I would look for sell here. All right, let's see if this is the last trade of the week. Of the week, of the day. Sorry. Not the week, guys. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Let's see what we have. All right, we're tapping that zone right now. If you break this high, I think for me it's enough for today. Let's see. If you break this low, then there is still potential. I'm getting in my way. I'm thinking about setting, and I'm forgetting it. Sorry, what is your question? So I'm getting in my way. I'm thinking about setting it and forgetting it instead of worrying about managing, just putting in the stop loss. I see what you mean. You can do that. It's personal preference as well. For me personally, I want to cut my losses as soon as possible and take advantage of my winners as well. So I do not like drawdown. I'm not a big fan of drawdown. So yeah, I personally like to manage my trades. Sometimes close a little bit earlier. That GJ trade was fine. We made already bounce profit. 0.25%. Could have still go to our target. But usually I like to actively manage the trade. And when I see that things are not going in my direction, I tend to close my position earlier. Are you in a partnership with other traders? No. I'm not in partnership with other traders. I actually do not know many other traders, or actually none. No other traders on YouTube. Okay, euro, dollar. Starting to stagnate a little bit here. Are you trading with a one-to-one strategy in 1 minute time frame yet? As 3 months ago. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. It depends on the market. YouTube, didn't you learn most of what you know on YouTube? Yes. For sure. But the reason why I think he meant, are you in a partnership with other traders? I do not know many other traders, so not personally. Like, I have not talked with other traders in this community. I'm brand new. I'm fresh out of the box. Okay, I think we're going to close down the stream, guys. We have been streaming for 4 hours, 16 minutes. Our favorite timing, 4 hours is perfect, in my opinion. Enough time to analyze and stuff. I have to say, this session was not the best session in comparison to a lot of other sessions in terms of the results here. London session was better. Overall, we ended up profitable today. Hopefully tomorrow the market will be a little bit less choppy, less rangy. Okay, more trending. This is what I would like to see. Look at what happened here. Just to clarify as well. This was today, guys. Look at the dollar. Massively down. Consolidating. Up. Down. Consolidating. Up. Down. Up. Question is down. So yeah, it's a very, very choppy market condition today as well. Was tough. We actually made a mistake with GJ personally. That, yeah, it happened right on the news, of course. And of course, there's a negative correlation between the Japanese yen, the dollar index. So with that negative correlation, bullish news for the dollar, liquidity built up for the dollar, equal highs. I had to know that was not the entry to make here. So yeah, it is what it is. Tomorrow's a new day. Let's crush it again tomorrow. And for the people in the V2, tomorrow we see you guys in the London session. Okay, be there. We're gonna look for some very solid trades here. I'm gonna tag you right now in the V2 announcements. We're actually in the V2 general chat. I'm gonna ask you a question about the potential pairs for tomorrow. So we focus on these particular pairs tomorrow. We're gonna make sure that we trade them together live here. Okay? Thank you today. I'm back tomorrow for you guys as well on YouTube. New York session. Same time. Same ending. Better outcome. Alright, thank you guys so much. And I see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. We have still had a good day. Still had a good vibe from you guys. Much love. For Reese, Thomas, Dean, the Crixus, Aubrey, thank you for watching the Crixus the whole way through. Braveheart. MTalk077. Are you streaming on YouTube tomorrow? Bart, yes. Bo, Machu, Pong. La Donna, thank you. Steve, thank you, man. Hargan. Faustu. MCM. Mihai, Simon, Trader Rico, Monkey, Derek Banana. Thank you so much, my friend. VBWB, been here all day. Wow, legend. Shout out to you, my man. Thank you guys so much. See you guys later, yeah? See you next session. Bye-bye.